kamfanin da ya wuni kuma za a sake a buga shi a jarida. Sannan kuma an bi procurement law ne, don akwai procurement law. An bi procurement law ne. An bi procurement law ne, don akwai procurement law wanda yake ministry za a yi procurement law a yi publishing a jarida, kamfanin duka su yi apply. Kamfanin da ya wuni kuma za a sake a buga shi a jarida. Sannan kuma aika National Assembly, an aika musu ba aika musu ba. Ya aka suka yi passing wannan contract din mu ba mu sani ba. 15 trillion fa an dauka an bar saboda interest na mutum daya kawai. Sannan mutanen da suke so a saukar da mai ba zai sauka ba. Saboda shi shugaban kasa shine dama mai wando kuma ya saya ajib kuma suna da rijiya 17 na mai a Niger Delta wanda ni na sani. An saye su kuma yana da refinery wanda Wale Tunumbu yake sannan kuma akwai Kulle Tunumbu Jino su ne suke running wannan refinery a mota ba ma a Najeriya ba mota refinery inda ma sun an ba da shi a yanzu amma sun sayan nasu ne to in suka dauka crude oil daga nan za su je su tace ce a sha su dawo kuma su sake kuma su bamu mu sayar muna kuma anan kuɗin mu to kaga automatically saukan wannan mai in babu saboda haka matasa ina ba su shawara kada su
APC reshen jihar Kano ta fitar da sanarwa wai a kama ni saboda kokarin tada tarzoma. To amma wai ita wannan APC ta jihar Kano wani irin rawa ta taka ne a baya? Sata tsantsa goranta. Bar na baku misali. Wannan shine dan takarar mataimakin gwamna Murtala Sulagaro na APC Kano. A ƙarƙashin sahibul zurmi kadala a cikin aljihu shine kwamishinan ƙananan hukumomi. To a gefe kuma wannan shugaba APC Garo ya bude kamfanoni guda biyu. Ɗaya da sunansa mai suna MJ Multipurpose Services, ɗaya kuma da sunan 'yan uwansa mai suna AU Future Investment Limited. Da fata kuma tare da ni, kwamishinan ƙananan hukumomin Murtalan APC yana da kamfanoni guda biyu kuma a gefe. MJ da AU, ko menene alaƙar su? Murtala APC Kano ya wajabta wa kowace ƙaramar hukuma 44 su baiwa hukumar ƙananan hukumomi sama da naira miliyan 5 a kowace wata. Me yasa? Za a yi amfani da kuɗin ne a sayi man diesel domin injinan gidajen tace ruwa. Naira miliyan 5 ƙananan hukumomi guda 45 baki ɗaya naira miliyan 228 kenan kowace wata. Shin ana sayan man da wannan kuɗi? Ina waɗannan kamfanonin na Murtala APC, MJ da AU za su rubuta wa kwamishinan ƙananan hukumomi Murtala APC takarda akan cewa sun sayar da mai ga gidajen tace ruwa a biya su kuɗaɗensu. Jira. Waye kwamishinan ƙananan hukumomi kuma wane ne mamallakin kamfanin MJ da AU? Murtalan APC Kano. Murtala APC na rubutawa Murtala APC akan cewa ya biya shi kuɗaɗen mai da ya sayarwa da gidajen ruwa. Ya biya kanshi da kanshi. Sannan me kuma wannan shugaban APC na Kano ya yi? Sai ya turawa kanshi kuɗi mana daga asusun gwamnati zuwa asusun kamfanonin shi na MJ da AU. Bari in ƙara takaice muku. Kwamishinan APC Kano na ƙananan hukumomi ya saka ƙananan hukumomi kowanne su ba shi kuɗi. Sannan sai tura waɗannan kuɗaɗen zuwa asusun kamfanonin shi guda biyu, MJ da AU. Daga nan sai me? Sai ya wa talakawa aiki da su. A'a, AU da MJ suna turawa Muftahu Sani da NNM Fage waɗannan kuɗaɗe. Su waye su? Masu canji ne a Wafa da karamar hukumar Fage da ke cikin birnin Kano. Su kuma su canza wannan kuɗi zuwa Riyal, sannan su turawa wani kamfani mai suna Next Vision da ke birnin Makka. Na ɗauka birnin Makka waje ne na addini, amma APC Kano sun mai da wannan birni mai tsarki wajen kai kuɗin sata. Kamfanin Next Vision kadarori yake sayarwa, kuma a hankali da kaɗan don kar a gane kuɗaɗen sata ne, sai da Murtala APC na Kano ya ringa tura naira biliyan 10 cikin asusun kamfanin Next. Nawa ne biliyan 10? Biliyan 1 shine miliyan 1000. Saboda haka biliyan 10 shine miliyan 1000 sau 10. Da wannan biliyan 10 za a iya sayan buhun shinkafa 130, za a iya gina sabbin makarantu firamare guda 50 akan kowane guda naira miliyan 200. Wannan kuɗi zai biya wa mutane 500,000 kuɗin asibiti har na naira 20,000 kowane mutum ɗaya. Amma mai martalan APC Kano ya yi da waɗannan kuɗaɗe? Ya sayi wani ɓangaren ɗaya daga cikin shahararrun hotel na duniya, wato Hilton a birnin Makka, inda zai ringa sauka kuma ya bayar haya. Daga cikin hotel ɗin kana hango masallacin Ka'aba. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. To wannan ma kwamishinan APC Kano kenan na ƙananan hukumomi a cikin kwamishinoni da yawa da suka yi. Da kuma shi gwamnan sahibin zurma kadaloli a cikin aljihu da mataimakinsa shugaban fentin gemu. A yanzu kuna kira a kama ni? Shuwayya shuwayya.
Before we investigate the shocking revelations by Nigerian investigative journalist David Hundeyin, who recently exposed an attempt to bribe him with 800,000 naira to smear the Dangote refinery. According to Hundeyin, the bribe was offered by a foreign NGO seeking to tarnish the image of one of Africa's largest and most ambitious industrial projects. The story underscores the length at which entities might go to manipulate public perception and also critical role of journalists in the media.
So in an era where misinformation can easily sway public opinion, Hundey's refusal to accept the bribe and his commitment to ethical journalism are commendable. But these incidents raises important questions about the integrity of information circulating in the public sphere and the pressures faced by journalists in their pursuit of the truth. The Dangote refinery, a symbol of economic progress for Nigeria, has now become the focal point of a sinister plot that could have far-reaching implications.
So as we unravel on both sides this story, it's essential to consider the broader context in which these events are unfolding. What does this attempt mean? And how exactly did this interaction go between our guest today and whichever NGO this was? We now have joining us the journalist himself, David Hundeyin. Good morning, and thank you for joining us, David.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. David, first off, we saw your very lengthy X post up on X, and it was very alarming, to say the least. 800,000 naira for a story on the Dangote refinery. I'm going to come back to that figure, but first give us your account of how you were approached by this INGO.
Okay, so someone reached out to me on Twitter, X as they call it now, with a direct message asking if I'd be open to doing an analysis piece on the Dangote refinery. Now, that in itself is not such a rare occurrence. It's fairly common for actors within several media and NGO spaces to reach out to me asking if I'm open to, or if I'm available for a commission piece. It's quite a common thing. But in this instance, something about the wording of the way this message was presented sort of struck me as odd. It almost seemed as if, well, not almost, it seemed as if the person didn't want this to become public. The fact that there was some sort of communication between us, and it almost seemed like it was sort of a hush-hush thing. And if you're open to this, there was lots of that insinuation that there's something about this that is in some way secret or implied to be secret. So I accepted the offer. I said, okay, cool, send me an email. So they sent me a brief. And when I opened the brief, which I shared the document with you, it then very quickly became clear why this communication was done in such a shady manner, because unlike a regular brief for a commission piece, where essentially the only thing that is presented to the writer is maybe a suggested headline and maybe one or two paragraphs of suggested themes or whatever in the story. This was a full and comprehensive outline of what the story was meant to be, who the sources in the story are meant to be, how those sources should be cited, how certain things should be framed and worded. This was a story where I was essentially just supposed to color in the blanks, fill in the gaps, and put my name on it. And it also became very clear that this story was intended to use the language of environmental activism and concern about climate change and Nigeria's energy transition commitments and all those related things to essentially discredit the existence of Dangote Refinery, to say that this refinery basically shouldn't exist, that something is wrong with the existence of this refinery. So I'm sure you're going to show the viewers the first line of this brief document, where something along the lines of um, following the incident, the fire incident at Dangote Refinery, this raises questions about blah 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 blah, especially in the light of Nigeria's energy transition, yada yada yada. So the very clear inference that was to be made in this story is that, based on the commitments that Nigeria has made at the COP28, or such other climate agreements that Nigeria is a signatory to, that Nigeria basically should not be supporting the opening of a petroleum refinery, because use of anything to do with fossil fuel doesn't fit with Nigeria's stated environmental goals, which, as someone who has a very sort of keen interest and a significant amount of knowledge within the African development space, this immediately rang alarm bells, because one of the sort of ongoing controversies within the African development space, for anyone who has any knowledge of it, is this deep-seated attempt to force this thing called a green transition on Africa, which is the world's poorest continent, the world's least energy secure continent, despite having some of the world's largest and relatively cheap energy reserves to explore. So basically, the idea is that any development economist or development practitioner will tell you that the amount of energy that is generated and consumed in an economy is directly proportional and positively correlated to the amount of economic activity and economic growth that takes place in that economy. To put it very simply, the more power or energy that is consumed within your economy, the bigger your economy is, and the bigger your economy is, the wealthier your people are. It's just that simple. It's a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of calculation, nothing complicated about it. So basically, if you're a poor African economy, like most countries on the continent are, your number one priority should be to ensure that your energy reserves are exploited as much as possible, so you can generate and consume as much energy as possible, which is what will drive your industrialization and will lift you out of poverty and eventually, into the process of wealth creation. This is very well known, within the development space. However, of recent, over the past decade, there has been this very sly and snide and mischievous attempt to use credible concerns about the environment and to use a series of international climate agreements to essentially browbeat or bully or bulldoze Africa into not making use of its own energy reserves, and instead going after this completely unclear, undefined, and thoroughly inadequate chimera called green energy. To put this in perspective, green energy is an idea that not even the developed world has been able to figure out, right? Something like 40% of the electricity that is still being consumed across most developed economies still comes from coal, which is pretty much the dirtiest fuel there is on the planet, bar none, right? The UK burns coal, Germany burns coal, Japan burns coal, the US burns a lot of coal, right? There is no developed economy that runs off green energy inputs and renewables. It simply doesn't exist, because even the technology, to all intents and purposes, is still very much under development, right? So if the developed economies, the wealthy economies, have not been able to figure out how to wean themselves off fossil fuels, why on earth would it then be Africa's responsibility, which is already the poorest continent in the world, which desperately needs an injection of energy into its economies, why on earth would it be Africa's responsibility then to transition away from fossil fuel and into this completely unclear and undefined thing called renewable energy? So instantly, I smell the rats. That this article, the purpose of this article is to co-opt the voice of a local commentator in Nigeria to attack the existence of this oil refinery. The article, the purpose of the brief was basically to write an article that says that Dangote refinery is bad for the environment, right? Because Nigeria shouldn't be doing anything that has to do with fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are bad. And that based on Nigeria's own commitments, which it has gotten into in all these several climate agreements and accords and whatnot that it has signed up to, under these agreements, basically Dangote refinery should not exist. And the danger of allowing my name to be put on such an article is not so much that, okay, because I put, it's not as if because I wrote an article, anything's going to happen to Dangote refinery. I'm not that important. However, what it does is that it starts to feed a narrative. And I'm sure I was not the only one that these people would have reached out to. The NGO, by the way, is called Dialogue Earth. It used to be known as the China Dialogue Trust. It's now known as Dialogue Earth. It's based in London. The CEO is an academic, is a professor at the University of Oxford, and it's basically an NGO that focuses on climate issues, and for whatever reason, happens to only be active in the global south. So it's not an NGO that focuses on climate issues where climate issues are actually an issue, which is in the developed world, right? Because they are the ones who have all of the emissions. They are the ones who burn all the fossil fuels. They are the ones who emit all the carbon. But this NGO doesn't have any business with them. This NGO is only focused on Africa and the Philippines and China and India. It's the global south that this NGO concerns itself with. And I took a look at the entities funding this NGO. Who is the man behind the curtain? Because I think that's what a journalist is supposed to do. And it turns out that, well, I mean, there are several institutions and there are several people, but the two names
stop you there, David. We're hoping that you can hear us. We've been trying to get your attention for a very long while. Please, if you would make your responses brief and if you would listen out for our instruction, would really appreciate that. Thank you very much, David. Judith, you were going to ask.
Yeah, David, I was going to ask about the NGO. You were making comments about how, this seems like the West approach to try to smear, not just smear, but also stop somewhat industrialization of Africa as well. And when it comes to fossil fuel, them stopping fossil fuel, the claim of, climate action and the harm to environment, et cetera, et cetera. But I must ask about, Dialogue Africa, the firm that reached out to you. You're an investigative journalist. Have you been able to do a lot more digging on this company and to see that if this is just a targeted thing to Dangote refinery or a targeted thing to the entirety of Africa or even West Africa? Because it seems like, I mean, looking from the outside looking in, and even from a layman or just someone who's a passerby, this seems like is why Dangote refinery? They're just starting out. They haven't done anything. Why Dangote refinery? Why not other bigger refineries across Africa or other African companies that are, investing heavily in fossil fuel and refining?
So this NGO, which is known as Dialogue Earth, not Dialogue Africa, by the way, Dialogue Earth, it used to be known as the China Dialogue Trust. It started off as a climate-focused NGO, which for whatever reason was focused almost exclusively on China, because apparently China is where the majority of the world's manufacturing takes place, the world's production takes place, and it's also where the majority of the world's emissions happen to originate from. It's where a lot of trees are cut down for the sake of industrial agriculture and industrial processes and whatnot. So this NGO originally was focused on China, and as far as it's possible to tell, when you dig into the work of this NGO, which, by the way, I think I actually shared a link on my Twitter handle where people can actually take a look at some of the projects that it's been funded to do. I think in some of the images you were sharing, some of those projects were listed as well. Some of the Ford Foundation funding
All right, David. We've
opportunities
got
that
so
we're
many questions to ask you, so I'm going to go ahead and read something that you posted only just it was this year, on the 21st of July. This was your response to a post where Dangote had said, "I am no longer interested in going into steel development. I'm not the only Nigerian. There are Nigerians that may even have more cash than I do. They should go into that area of business." Now, your response was, Aliko Dangote is a crony capitalist whose parasitic practices stunts the economy instead of growing it. That is true, you said. However, the ongoing extrajudicial destruction of the Dangote business organization by the Tinubu regime is not at all something to celebrate. Now, you spoke very harshly, quite frankly, about the Dangote industries here in this tweet. So why all of a sudden this, what seems like support for them, or at least not wanting to tarnish their image because of a certain bribe, the allegations that you're bringing against this Dialogue Earth NGO? Why the 180?
So again, so it's not a 180, but again, this is something much bigger than Dangote. Now, I obviously have certain opinions. I hold certain opinions about Dangote's business practices, and those opinions have not changed. It is still very much something that uses the levers of crony capitalism to build monopolies. That is still true. However, that being said, this refinery specifically is, objectively speaking, an important piece of national infrastructure. If Dangote hadn't built a refinery, someone else would have had to, because Nigeria's basic economic problem still is that it exports raw materials cheaply and imports refined products at a more expensive price, which means that we're perennially running at a deficit and our currency is perennially sliding, right? So for such a refinery to exist and to function means that dynamic will be reversed, which is in Nigeria's economic interest, which is in my economic interest.
Okay.
So the fact that someone that I happen to have an ideological difference with is running that refinery, frankly, isn't really that important right now. There are bigger things at play.
Bigger things at play. Speaking of bigger things at play, there have been criticism. You know, there's been quite mixed reactions from analysts and critics alike who have reacted to this news since you broke it yesterday or the day after. And many have, called you out, saying that you claiming that you were offered 800,000 naira, which is about $500, to undermine the billions of dollars worth of Dangote refinery seems untrue, unfetched, seems miserly for a journalist of your repute, or as you purport to be. What would you say to those criticisms?
I mean, I shared the brief documents with you, so it's there in black and white, the fee that was offered. So I really don't know what to say.
What they say is that it's small. They claim that why all this ruse? I mean, just to speak on that particularly, they're saying that, because I'm looking at a tweet here from you again. It says you posted this on Twitter, X. Dangote refinery, in quotation mark, is a small cartel's political tool used to crowbar their way into becoming sole energy provider for 200 million people. Whether it refines a single drop of oil or not is completely unimportant to them. It might never actually work at Dangote Steel Mill Pro Max. And so that statement from you now being reached out to write an article damaging Dangote refinery, receiving $500. The critics have said all of these statements. I would like for you to give a more robust, response to them.
Well, again, as I said previously, two things can be true at the same time. I do have certain opinions about the business practices and the business model of the wider Dangote business organization and Dangote refinery. And at the time that I wrote that tweet, it was still very much in question as to whether there was in fact going to be a functioning refinery. The context there is that when the previous president left office, I believe it was on May 26 last year, this refinery was commissioned, even though it was very clear that it was nowhere close to being completed. I mean, I had people who worked there, and it all seemed like there was a lot of political gamesmanship going on. So that was the context for that tweet, that there's something else at play here. However, to Dangote's credit, the truth is well, maybe it's not refining PMS yet, which is what everyone is waiting for, but it has actually refined fuel. So it's been putting out gas oil, and it's been putting out, I think, jet fuel, and to a lesser extent, diesel for quite a few months. So it is functioning, and not just functioning, it has also started making an impact even in the European market. So the dynamics of the situation have changed. So putting that into context now, seeing that it's no longer just a piece of a promise in the middle of nowhere, but it's now actually producing something, and it's actually making a dent in that economic dynamic that I described earlier. And then at this moment in time, this NGO suddenly chooses to reach out to me to write something that could be used as part of like a narrative astroturfing effort.
But David, would you say that David, would you say that, well, judging from precedents, you writing against the Dangote refineries from before perhaps attracted this NGO to your writing, and perhaps maybe that's why they reached out to you? That's one. On the other hand, have you been reached out to, whether before you put out this information or after you put out this information, have you been reached out to by the Dangote refineries or anybody representing Dangote refineries?
So the answer to the first question is, I believe yes. I think the reason the calculation was made that maybe this person is going to be sympathetic to this project that we're trying to push is maybe because he has some personal vendetta or something against Dangote. So I believe maybe that's why they chose to reach out to me. Unfortunately for them, I've never had a personal vendetta against Dangote or anyone, and I've always been very open about what my motivations are and where my interests lie. So here we are. And secondly, no one officially has reached out. Obviously, I have people that I speak to back channel, but in an official capacity, nobody has reached out to me now.
Right. Now, I have to ask you, and this is about the steps after when you declined. Did you decline to put out this this article in your name and also to receive the money? Of course, you said you haven't. But then, were there follow-up threats or incentives to lure you or to ensure that you align or ensure that you cooperate with the NGO?
No, it's really not that. This is not a James Bond plot. It's simply that after receiving the email and reading the brief and instantly understanding what this is about and where this is coming from and what the motivation for this is, I instantly knew that there's no way I'm going to put my name on this sort of thing. There's no way I'm going to be part of this. And I really had nothing to say. I mean, I didn't even respond saying, okay, I'm not doing this, and this is why. I didn't feel like there was any need to explain anything to anyone. I just basically went and made it public.
Right. And lastly, I asked this question earlier, but I have to ask you again because we're pressed for time and we really have to go. But with Dialogue Earth, have you seen the NGO make any move? I mean, you're an investigative journalist. Have you seen them make any move specific to other West African country, or is it just Dangote Refinery and Nigeria?
So they're
very
not
quickly,
so much active in West Africa yet, but it must be noted, however, that the country office of this NGO that sent me this email is actually in Nairobi, Kenya, which, as I'm sure you know, is like the NGO capital of Africa. So I'm guessing they're more active. They're trying to become more active in the African space now. I don't think they have a foothold in West Africa yet because they're operating from Nairobi. But I think even just for the fact that this NGO, which has only just started becoming active in Africa,
I am so sorry, but I'm being told by the producers and director that we must end because we are out of time. It's a robust conversation we've had, and I want to say thank you very much for actually agreeing to be on the show here today to unpack this story which you released yesterday. Thank you very much indeed, David, and we appreciate your presence.
Thank you for having me.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Seed. I see you. G. Simon, thank you for being here. Kene, Oriyomi, brother me. Welcome, everybody. Happy Sunday to everyone. My question is, why are they rushing David out of the studio? Hey, these people. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but why be saying our Nigerian journalists excuse me, they seem to be very myopic, or I don't know whether to call it naive, for lack of better words. So I'm trying to find the right words. Because the kind of questions that they ask, right, they almost seem like they're asking from a place of ignorance a lot of times. At least that's how it comes across to me. I don't know if anybody has observed it, because at the end of the day, right, the people should understand the global outlook of things. Now, especially if you're a journalist, you cannot afford to be looking at the world only through your own small chekele in the corner lens. You have to look at things globally. This question about Dangote is what prompted this, thought for me. Like, you're asking him that, oh yeah, he made a comment about Dangote and all of that, right? You can dislike what a man does. You can, call out somebody for actions that you think is. Who doesn't know that Dangote is a golden boy in Nigeria? There's nobody that doesn't know that. You can disagree with the man, but on the global outlook, you can see how they perceive him. You understand? Because they want to be the sole marketers for Africa. They want to render you completely inept. So you don't have anything at all, no option. Globally, you should recognize that. So for them to be asking that question in and of itself, it points to a level of ignorance that I can't understand. This is my perception. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I just kind of found it very odd that they were saying that, they were asking that, oh, why you said this about him. Now, I'm like, it's cringe. Do you people even read? You understand? It's not by speaking English. This is the problem I have with Nigerian journalism and the whole thing. It's not original. You're not being original at all. It doesn't tell, my African people first, my Nigerian people. What am I even saying? Withdraw, 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 withdraw. I have to withdraw that comment. You know why? Because looking and observing what has been happening in the past couple of days, and I've been thinking, we have problem. We have problem as Africans, as Nigerians. The problem you see on the global scale is a microcosm of the problem you see on the smaller scale. I mean, look at what's happening in Nigeria. The tribalism, the tribal bigotry, it is at an all-time high. I saw a tweet today where a Nigerian, Ironu specifically, let me be very specific now, we have to be calling people by their name. Ironu was responding to a South African that was complaining about a Nigerian in their country. We don't know if the person, we don't know what part of Nigeria the person is from, because as you and I will can, you and I know Nigerians all over Nigeria travel. They will travel. Okay. The Ironu corresponds to the South African, specifically calling out hashtag. He now said, remember this hashtag, Igbo must go, whatever. Yes, please do all you can to withdraw all the Igbos from your country. They are the ones that are doing this and the other. And I'm summarizing, there were a lot of choice words that this person used, and the tone of that tweet. I'm really, it's oh my God. It's unfortunate too. We have politicians that don't care. Everybody's just there to line their pockets. The video I showed earlier with Dambelo, he was calling out his own state governor and the local government, local chairman. The money that they're supposed to use to feed their people, provide hospitals, provide the healthcare and everything, they use and go, they buy property for Dubai. When they rent out, and our property have been as, I don't forget, building sha, where they rent out for people to come stay anytime they travel to Dubai. It's crazy what's going on in Nigeria. It's not just one small part, it's everywhere in Nigeria. It's like a canker worm. It's like a canker worm. It has eaten so deep into the ground in Nigeria. If I tell you say that tweet not bother me, I go lie. You dey call your own brother, you dey call am by name, you even dey use the hashtag. If I tell you how that thing take pain me, I no know as I want to describe the pain. If you not safe for house, where you take safe? Abeg. Na so I dey scroll down TikTok yesterday. I dey go through TikTok, I can't come upon the life where they dey do Igbos against Benin. I just say, God damn, I'm tired. Nigeria, we get problem. Excuse me. We get problem. Oh. Igbos against Benin. They can't turn the Oba of Benin, replace am with another animal head. What is going on? Somebody wake me from this nightmare. This thing one dey pull for leg, so this big gut wey everybody just dey do Olympics on. When this thing reach, when kasala burst, how many people go fit stand down? I dey lis ten to the TikTok. I say make I lis ten small, make I just hear wetin dem dey talk. No name when I no hear for that TikTok yesterday. God abeg o. Oh! No name when I no hear on either side. We have a problem. I'm telling you, I don't even me now, I no even know wetin to talk. To stop to dey talk about Nigeria matter now is a problem. Because I am very intentional. I'm number one, I don't believe in this tribal lens where people think they see each other. I no get that lens. I no get. I wish my parents raised me as a bigot. It would have been easier. I'm telling you, it would have been easy. I'll just choose the side. I'll just stay that side. My parents never did I in my growing up here avoid this person. Don't avoid this person. Avoid that person. Don't. They will give you advice about life, about human beings, but they never single out and say this tribe, that tribe, this or that. Hey God, I beg you. I never see this kind of thing before. I don't know how to see people through tribal lens. You are either a good person or a bad person. I'm telling you, you are a good person or a bad. It doesn't matter where you come from. If it so happens that you are always consistently bad where you come from, that's not my problem. I will call you out regardless. This thing that we are doing, we need to start putting a check on it too. I think we need to start holding people accountable on our own end, because if we allow this thing continue to run amok, it will become a problem, a massive one. Wetin I dey look so no be better thing. It's all over social media. The hate is not something that anybody should be engaging in. If I go to a space and I hear they're talking about one child, that I leave. I don't want to be, I'm not interested. The only one time I was on a space where I was co-hosting and somebody came and they were saying, oh, they're from a banker, and even people want to force their tribe on him, whatever. And then another Yoruba person came up, we're having a conversation, and I said, come, where are you people carrying this hate to? I want somebody should explain to me this hate. Is this what you people want your children to inherit? You people are the ones with children. Some of us don't get children. We are not even interested at this rate. We are not even interested. Thank you. Kudos and love and more grace to all the parents in the world. Love to you all. But you see this hate that you people are cooking up for your children. I shudder to think what their experience is going to be like. You understand? In the midst of saying, you know what, you guys should really think: is this the hate you want your children to inherit? At least I was getting at some of their conscience, and they started talking. The Yoruba person was talking, the banker person was talking, and all of a sudden, one Igbo brother just came and just scattered everywhere again. I could not. I just left. I couldn't. I can only thrive where there's peace. I can't thrive where there's so much. I can call you out for your actions. It doesn't matter where you come from. But I cannot just label and blanket people. You understand? And say, oh, this group of people, and I don't know how to do it. We have a problem with my observation. Omo, Nigeria, eh? Hmm. Ah, mm-mm. Hey, Victory, welcome, welcome, my brother. The truth is that this ethnic baiting, the day it bubbles up, Nigeria will not be able to. I'm telling you. See, you get my point. Your head dey there. And that's my worry because the way it is going, people they take and play. It's not a joke anymore. It's not a joke anymore. I was listening, I was going down TikTok space. I was alarmed. Like, when did this Bini and Igbo hate start? I'm like, what the heck is going on? It is crazy to me. Eh? Some of the people I've helped in my life, they are not even from my place. They are not even related to me in any way, shape, or form. None. I don't know them, they don't know me. A lot of the people I've helped. Eh? I don't understand though. Honestly, everybody need to hold themselves accountable as it be so. Now you go determine whether the bigotry go stop with you or e no go stop with you. If you dey put your ear down when people dey bigoted, then you are part of the problem. I'm sorry. You're part of the problem. You can call out a people's misbehavior without being a bigot. If something is wrong that a collective is doing, call it out, but don't turn into a bigot. I'm sorry. Because it's getting too much. Where do we draw the line? Where? How can we continue like this? For how long? And your children are going to grow into this. They're already seeing, children these days, they are the smartest. They're already seeing the hate. Eh? It's ridiculous. And the people that are doing this are people who have one time or the other, maybe they have a spouse, they had a spouse from that place, they don't, maybe they are divorced or whatever happened, I don't know. A lot of people are coming with their trauma. They're coming, the anger that they carry is from a bitter place. So they now have a place to now perch on, like, yes. Now, so they do. Maybe they had in-laws that were terrible to them, then they will come latch on to this thing. It's crazy. Hey, Bumi, long time. Oh, Bumi, why are you laughing? Bumi is laughing. Bumi, why are you laughing? This is not funny, Bumi. Eh? Bumi, long time. How you doing now? Good to see you, sis. Happy Sunday. Exactly. Because I don't know. I mean, this is just my own observation, and I can't stop worrying. I cannot stop pushing for the good of Nigeria, regardless of what's going on. There'll be days that I'm tired, which is, and it can be overwhelming with the Nigerian situation. That doesn't mean that I'm going to stop talking about it. I can't for the life of me. I've tried to remove myself from the whole Nigerian drama. I'm like, you know what, I'm done. I can't do this. But I cannot. Deep collect onto deep, as they say. For some reason, I just feel like I need to continue to talk about it, and play my own parts. Even if na small, chinkele, mosquito roll. Let me do my mosquito roll peacefully. You understand? So that's just a pep talk there, because me, I don't understand though. Mm.
Are you ready for a career change and eager to pursue?
To hold more meaningful, truthful conversations that can bring about change in our nation, News Central's TV is introducing a new show on YouTube, and it's called Declassified. Now let's take a look.
Who is profiting from these financial outlays, banditry, and kidnapping in the country?
have turned into a lucrative venture? Could it be that some of the sponsors are truly closer to power than we initially imagined? The former government official was not ashamed to publicly declare the efforts he and his friends did put together to do a GoFundMe for kidnappers. Why are we feasting with our killers instead of bringing them to justice? What is to stop these bandits from roaming the streets when they know that instead of bullets, they will get bags of money for taking people hostage? Schools are no longer safe. No region is safe anymore. Who is profiting from the insecurity?
Joining us is the host of Declassified, John Bella. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the launch of your new show. How does it feel?
I feel excited. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Jude Bella, by the way.
Jude Bella, thank you very much. So talk to us, Jude, about what to expect regarding the show, what the show is about, what informed the show.
Well, Declassified is meant to discuss important issues that affect the everyday Nigerian. Our country right now, the state of things seems to be in progressive decline, if I permit me to use that word, because from each government, it seems the last one is always expected to be hailed as better than the next. So we have to find a way to hold these leaders accountable, that the leaders are responsible for the state of the nation and not relying on some prayers as they are always telling us to do. So in a bid to bring this discussion to the people, we decided to start Declassified so that we can talk about some of the very important issues that people are not paying so much attention to. Yeah.
Now, talk about, the level of interest that you believe that Nigerians have, with this type of conversations.
I didn't get that.
I'm asking, what do you think is the level of interest that Nigerians generally have, with regards to these types of conversations?
Okay, well, currently, I think Nigerians are beginning to wake up, especially seeing what is happening with the End Bad Governance protest. Nigerians are beginning to show more interest in politics, which is a good thing. From the last election, we saw that a lot of people turned out, a lot of people wanted their voices to be heard, and they rallied around their preferred candidates, even though INEC, for whatever reason, people felt disappointed with the results of that election, and seeing how the government has been going since that time, people are beginning to voice out their concerns, which means a lot of Nigerians are showing more interest in politics, which makes these conversations more important now, more than ever, because people now want to know what is happening in their government, what their governors are doing, what their senators are doing, and how it affects their daily life.
Jude, what is the feeling and the emotion that you want Nigerians in Nigeria and in the diaspora to take away when they watch this show? What steps would you like to see after they have watched this show?
Well, I believe we are running a democracy, and this story about insecurity in the country, for example, now, if someone is placed in charge of the country's defense and people are being kidnapped for business, people are being killed every day. You hear stories of kidnapping, of insecurity, our roads are not safe. I think the people that voted these guys into office, and the guys inadvertently put these people in office, the people should be able to hold their leaders accountable, demand accountability from them, and say, okay, because we are not happy with what is happening now, we want answers from you, and not just seeing the news like some entertainment or just sit down and put their hands and watch. I want the people to watch this show and not just take it as entertainment purpose. When we say that, okay, we have a report of a government official stealing or looting this sum of money, we shouldn't just see it as a loot. this term money laundering, looting is stealing, and we shouldn't allow thieves to be in office. So if we say a former governor looted some sum of money and that person is now running for a Senate seat, that shouldn't happen. The person should answer to the people. The people should be able to demand for accountability from their leaders, which is the basic essence of this show. Because with this information being made available to them now, they can demand accountability from their leaders. Yeah.
Also tell us about, why the name Declassified. Is there a particular reason? And then also, are there specific topics that you will be targeting with this program?
Yeah, the name Declassified is actually, I picked that up from the CIA files, when they have CIA classified information that are unknown to the people, and the government decided to declassify them for people to know. So that was where the name was inspired from. A lot of Nigerians claim not to know this information, even though a lot of them are available there. So with lots of research and talking to people, we're able to make this available to them. So it's kind of like declassifying it for them. Yeah. So that's where the name comes from.
Okay. I mean, I like the name. I find it very interesting. I was taken back in time to like a number of the CIA movies we watched and how certain information. So I do not have the clearance for that, but now you're helping us get the clearance to information that we ordinarily might not have had. Jude, when can we see this show? Where can we see this show? And how can viewers participate with the show?
Well, our first episode for this one comes live tonight on News Central TV on YouTube. You can find it also on our other social media platforms. Yeah, so we intend to bring it every 2 weeks, and Fridays basically will be when we air in the evenings. I think 6:30 p.m. is the time for the show.
All right.
Is it? I mean, I just really want to have an idea of what people should expect mostly. And I had initially asked, if there were certain aspects that the show was going to be targeting, certain types of conversations, and how much research also is being put in, to provide the information that the show is going to be presented.
Yeah, I forgot that your question. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about political related topics, holding our leaders accountable. So the topics we'll focus basically on politics, and also we hope to talk about issues that affect Africa generally and not just Nigeria as well. We see people talking about Pan-Africanism. We would like to make them understand what that means and how it affects the whole continent of Africa. Also, when we come back home now, we want to talk about our leaders and not just focusing on the presidency now, because this whole bad leadership, something we're talking about, is cross board. It affects our state house of assemblies, affects our senators, our governors, and even now that we have a local government autonomy, we have to try and look into those places as well to see what they are doing with the resources of Nigeria. So that is what the viewers should expect from the show.
Right. So we start today, Friday at 6:30 p.m., right? News Central,
yes, we start today.
YouTube platform, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all our social media platforms. Declassified is coming to you. We're fastening our seatbelts and we look forward to an amazing launch. Congratulations, Jude. And we'll see you on the other side of the show. We'll see you on YouTube at 6:30 p.m.
It's funny because I saw a video, right? I don't know if you guys saw it too, but I'm sure some of you did. A video of what did they call them? Bandits sharing, doing giveaway on TikTok live. Nigeria, eh? Hey, I don't understand. The guy was smiling, telling people to give their account, send their account details. And people were sending their account details. People were sending account details. and thanking the past. Ooh, let me be quiet. Okay.
Among the things or the places you showed me around, we saw River Niger. When I looked at it, I saw a lot of money that is basically being put into it, to waste. And I think at that moment we called it wasted resource.
I thought it's a wasted resource. If you check what the Nile, the contribution of the Nile to Egypt, and you ask yourself, what is the contribution of River Niger to Nigeria? So if two people have similar results,
but one of them is yielding something good out of it, and the
other
other
is not doing. And you check out most rivers of the world, same thing. So I grew up, I just took you to River Niger, showed you staircase, showed you embankment, everything built by the colonial masters. And it worked. And since they left, it became...
How long ago was that since they left?
Of course, it's 1960. Nobody have added anything. Nobody have added anything.
Wow.
So everything that was there have been destroyed. So it is all the same that I'm telling you, that we have not been, because nobody cares what they told you earlier. Nobody cares about the society. Nobody cares about the people.
Because in my opinion, if a resource like that is catered for in the very best of ways, it can yield a lot of money for Nigeria.
There's so many resources we have that we have never cared about. It's a dead resource today.
Is this something, do you have anything in mind?
Well, the how do you talk about it is that you wouldn't know the amount of waste that is in this country. This alone, if properly utilized, can help the entire logistics system.
Excuse me.
Can help the entire logistics system. All the transportation for farm products used to go through this facility. You could see, as a young man, this staircase was built by colonial master. All these things you see was built by colonial masters. But since they left, and that is why at times I question the essence of independence. Because the black man has not contributed anything.
Because if this...
except wickedness.
If this was all left by the colonialists...
I was in primary school here. So I walked down the staircase. That's what I told you. There was a staircase here. I walked down the staircase. This used to be a beach.
Wow.
Lovely beach.
But now it looks
that I saw as kids.
Now look, it
no,
looks like
you can't even come here. We used to take boat from here for our school tour and go to the center of there. Lovely boat. I lived here. This is, like I said, I was born right here. My father used to have a boat here that he personally uses to go to Asaba. Across, he used to own a store. I went to school, primary school here.
And your father used to have a boat?
A boat.
Used to go to Asaba.
He was a rich trader. In the 60s, there were only 3 people in this town.
In the 60s, you were trying to say that this was more active in the 60s.
I said in the 60s, in this town, only 3 people have Mercedes car. My father was one of them. He used to park his boat here and take it to Asaba. He had a shop, NBC supermarket. I had a shop, 75 New Market Road, where you have Mr. Biggs now. It was the only supermarket in this town. And I was going to school here. I was born here at a clinic called here. I'll show it to you now. And I went to the school, I told you, Santa Maria here.
Yeah, I saw Santa Maria.
From Santa Maria, I went to Skydecken College. You know, it's all dead. It's a finished place. And that is why I told you that the only way to solve this is that it has to come from a determined prince who can rip the place apart. He's not inclined. He now needs to rebuild it from scratch. That's the only way it can work. And you have to have the idea of what the whole thing used to be.
And how you want it to be.
How you want it to be.
What it used to be, what it is now, and how you want it to be.
Thank you. We have the most uncultivated land of any country in the world, in the north. And we're hungry. Nigeria is 109 out of 125 countries measured, hungriest country.
Wow.
We're 109. And we have highest, vast, uncultivated land in the world. Other countries that have similar trajectory are far below. Even in Africa, countries like Morocco is number 42 or 43 in that list of measured. Morocco is Africa. I'm not talking outside Africa. Morocco, Egypt is 57, 58. And we are 109.
Which means in a lot of African countries, I guess what you're trying to say, for example, the fertile land that we have, most people are dying of hunger instead of using that land.
Is that comparing it, putting it to Congo, for example? Congo has the highest amount of mineral deposits of any country. That Congo is sitting on over 20 trillion. What of assets? Mineral assets. Yeah, people are hungry in Congo. That's I can use it to
someone once
say the same thing is same of Africa. Africa is sitting on wealth.
Someone once said that Congo can feed Africa.
No, not just Congo. Everywhere can feed Africa. Nigeria can feed Africa. We have the resource. We have what it takes. Plenty land. In one of our states, Nigeria, Niger State, which is the highest in terms of land, we have arable land of the whole space is about 700. The whole space is about 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. They can't feed themselves, but they can feed Nigeria. And I always compare them with Netherlands. Netherlands is about 41,000 square kilometers. If you remove water, that's 33,000. So, Netherlands there are 2.5 Netherlands. And Netherlands is doing agricultural food export of $120 billion in 2021, 2022. That is 6 times what we earn from oil. And this state that I mentioned is not producing, not generating 2% of what the Netherlands is doing.
Wow.
Our second biggest state is a state that is almost taken over by bandits, Borno State. There's a forest there called Sambisa Forest. You must have heard about it. The Sambisa area is like the whole of The whole Sambisa area is about 60,000 square kilometers,
Wow.
which is 3 times the size of Israel. Israel is 22,000 square kilometers. Sambisa is 60. So minus and plus 10%. So it's 3 times the size of Israel.
Wow.
So imagine such resources put into production.
Yeah.
And that's why
maybe there's a certain kind of production that is being done there, but
No.
it's not. It's
the production is banditry and kidnapping,
Oh,
which is negative. You know, so
Yeah.
we want to turn it. That's what I'm talking about. Turning Nigeria
yeah.
from consumption to production. And that is investing these assets,
Mm-hmm.
making this resource to be productive. That's all.
Thank you so much for that.
My president. Number one, I don't like the fact that he says colonial masters. That thing gives me a migraine. There are no masters, I beg. Peter Obi, I beg. My respected elder brother, Biko, please change your lingo, I beg. No, now they call these people colonial master again. I don't know who they be master to, I beg. Number two, the question when he said, so he keeps asking, what was the essence of independence? If since 1960, oh God, oh, that Niger bridge, nothing don't happen. See the staircase still there. That's to show you how strong those staircases were, how well made they were. But over time, without maintenance, they don't dilapidate. I don't know. I mean, I ask the question, Sha. Is there? I don't want to sound negative because I want to see Nigeria work in my lifetime. To be honest with you, I really do. As this man they talk so about the potential, look at vast land, my people. In a country with such vast and green land, people dey hungry, and some people are coming to say it's population. People should stop having children. Nigeria can accommodate any number of children that you want to have. Now, maintenance be the problem, and giving the right people that know what to do the opportunity to do it. Na im dey kill Nigeria. And he said something. He said the only thing when black people don't give now wickedness. Because how do you argue your way out of that? If all you've seen is wickedness, how do you argue your way out of what that statement that he made? How? No, I no wan make it. It's not even if na so that they call them before. I beg, may not use that lingo again. I beg, who know am make dem go tell am. May not they use am again. I beg. The children of nowadays, our generation, we know they refer to them as that. They are no masters in any way. Put them under the sun for like 20 minutes. Then you'll know whether they be master or not. I beg. May not they use that language. It's very offensive, man. At least to people like me. I don't know, some people may mind it, but personally, I find it highly insulting. Ha. You know, it's true. You can't argue your way out of him saying the wickedness. There are no words, man. There are just no words. See, you think it's very strategic, the documentary? What do you mean it's very strategic? Exactly, Sonny. We call them colonialists, not the colonial master. Colonial master is Sonny. I beg. And not be them be part of the problem. Not be them they encourage this mediocre, low-level people to climb up. If during the election, all the record of this man, they gree release am, they not cancel out wetin they cancel and release am on time. We for dey where we dey so. See wetin dem dey do to Venezuela. Why dem not do am for us? Abeg make dem not call them colonial, because they know, everybody know what they are doing. They know exactly what they are doing. They know. Now then they enable these people. They are behind the scenes pushing stuff. Because you know they see them, you don't know say that then they cause am. They are the reason. They are the reason why it looks like, oh, we are wicked. They are the reason. Abeg make dem go advise that man. May he stop to dey use this ancient, outdated, colonial words that he's using. Please, if they respect them, if they still get respect for them, make dem respect them inside their bedroom. Abeg. It's very sad though, I no lie. This documentary, e offend. I look all the things, I look the land. I say, kai! Ah! Nigeria, my country. Oh my God. Ay! It's a shame, oh. It really is a shame. I'm not going to lie. Sid, welcome, oh. Welcome.
Yeah, well done, Omoye. How are you? I hope you're
I'm
good.
fine. Happy Sunday, Jare, my brother.
Yeah. Take her easy, yeah? It's,
E dey pain
yeah,
me.
you
You
can.
know, I don't watch this documentary now. See the land, see green land, see the
I know.
land, see
It's,
river, see wetin we. Guess what? I just let tell you the thing. I for no dey here. See money to be made now. See trash to be picked up and
I
recycled
know.
and
It's not
turned
even
into
that.
energy. Do you
There
know
are
how?
many places in Nigeria, especially Niger State, Adamawa, all those areas. They are very, very beautiful, arable land, and just the climate is amazing, especially that Niger State. It's
Exactly,
like that area.
tourism on the one hand.
Yeah.
Anything you want
So
to do in Nigeria, everybody will be living well. You don't even have to
the
be.
whole of the middle
Yeah.
belt is supposed to be a food bank, you know. So the truth is this: Nigeria needs to, I don't know, you know, like, okay, we've done the protest. At the end of the day, you know, we need to get the benefits of this protest. And if you look at the body language of whoever is there, I don't even like to call his name again. He doesn't care, and it's not. He's just a representative of a machine of political jobbers who are very wicked. You know, they all don't want Nigeria to survive. They don't want the country to survive, and they have their partners across Africa. All right, and they don't want Nigeria to survive. Basically, they don't want Africa to survive. They want the continent to be impoverished. They want the continent to be poor. They want, you know, the situation as it is, because as it is, it favors them. It favors the West. It favors their partners here. All right. So even when we talk about issues of you know, especially in America, people talk about the issues of slave trade and all that. Those things, they had enablers also in Africa. All right. We don't like to talk about it, you know. We don't like to talk about that history of the African people where they were enablers also in Africa that enabled the West, you know, to perpetuate such human catastrophe. So it's so sad. But why I say that this documentary is strategic is that one thing I've seen Peter Obi is that he's always ahead of the curve. And he always wants to, he uses every means possible to make sure that politically, you get me, his name is still there. Because like I told you last time, I told you at the end of the day, God keeping everybody alive, there will be 2027. We need to strategize towards what will happen then. Because like on one of the Twitter spaces, you know, especially the guys in the north, they are really angered. and the guys in the north are determined to initiate change of government in 2027. The question is, can there be a better strategy in order to outwit it at the ballot? Outwit INEC. We are fighting against a system, a machine. We're fighting against establishment. We're fighting against INEC. How is it that there can be real structures, coalition of structures? That's what is needed now. So it's good that Peter Obi is keeping the fanning on things, keeping on message. You get me? He's keeping on message, consumption to production. He's keeping on message and saying this is exactly what he's talking about. This is exactly the areas. And if you notice, he's hampering on especially areas in the north. And the truth is that he has also used this to tell you that there's a place he comes from. He can locate his primary school. He can locate you see, that's why I say it's a strategic documentary. He's telling you this is where I came from. This is what it used to be like, and he has seen wealth. At least he has used it to tell you that his father also was a wealthy man. So he's not coming from a family that doesn't understand how to make money. They understand enterprise. They understand how to do it. There's a vision, a clear vision. People that have not understood those things, if somebody has histories about stealing, he can't change now. Is it at 80 that we want the man there to change? No. If his history is about stealing, if his history is about Agbero work, if his history is about snatching and grabbing, it's not going to change. He's going to continue that because that's his default setting. So the default setting of P2B is creating wealth. And that's the kind of person Nigeria needs. A creator of wealth, somebody that will look at something and say, I want to create wealth, I want to create tourism, I want to create farming, I want to open every industry. So it's a man that is thinking of, I want to open all the industries so that Nigeria will not be poor. People will make a living, people will make a box. Liberal thinking, all right? Liberal thinking, people will make a living, people can, and then the country is safe. There should be trains running across Nigeria. You enter train from Port Harcourt, you get to Maiduguri in 1 hour time, you do your trade, you come back. You don't even need to live in Maiduguri. You can enter a train from Jos and head up to Sokoto, do business, come back. This is how Nigeria should work. You should be able to enter a train from Lagos or Port Harcourt and extend up to Mali and travel, even if you want to travel up to Morocco, Marrakesh, and do business and enter that train back and go across Africa and come back with your goods. This is what the Pan-Africanism means. This is what we not like what it is, but if you look at the mindset of people like Gaddafi, they wanted the United States.
I beg, I'm sorry. See, that Pan-Africanism, you could rest up for one corner first. If you want to talk about Pan, just say Pan-West Africanism, because I don't see the global Africa. With which I don't see coming from South Africa and some of these other.
But you see, Omoye, like that's what we are saying. Those people should not drive the narrative. It's just like what we're talking about, the issue of bigotry, all right, that you felt very annoyed. Why is it that people are like this? We should not give them the chance to drive their narrative, because this bigotry you're seeing like this, it has been there a long time. You get me? Just bubbling underneath. It is because of the person in charge now, how he likes to play his politics. So he brought it. The party APC just brought bigotry to the next level. Because from Buhari, from Bubu, he isolated, he only wants his Daura brothers. The next man
But
comes.
how are you sure that? Let me tell you, you know why the Buhari was able to do that? Was able to appoint most of the people. I think I have this is my own perception of things, of why he was able to do that and achieve that. You know, say na this same man, Agbado, na him
Mm.
assistant come, okay, na him bring them in. Part of the
Yeah.
agreement when they make be say, and Agbado assure, na him suggest am to am say, do anything you like, appoint anybody, any of your brother and sister. We no go do anything, we go make sure say we suppress am. Do anything as long as when e reach my turn, all I know be say when e reach my turn, just give am to me. That's all I'm interested in. But anything wey you do, I promise you, I no go get pushback. We go make sure say we silence any opposition. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
but why I think it's not that. Why I think it's not that.
Even though the guy sef na mumu.
Even if he told him, okay, do pick anybody you want, do as you like. I'm going to support you. I will not push against you. Do you get me? He will still do what is balanced, but he did not do what is balanced. You see, if Abado, let me follow your thoughts. Okay, Abado said, take who you want. The truth is that what really happened is he presented the ticket was supposed to be him and Abado. Him and that man was supposed to be the ticket, but Buhari image was of a religious bigot. People were not trusting Buhari, especially in the south, that he has a lot of religious bigotry, and we can't trust him. He wants to Islamize the nation. So in order, he wanted a Muslim ticket, and Tinubu is a Muslim, so he now offered Tinubu, okay, give me one of your guys. Give me one of your guys to be vice president, because you are is the partnership we are making here. Bring one of your guys instead of you, because Nigerians will not vote me and vote him. So give me one of your guys. So Tinubu picks 2 guys for him. This is well documented. Tinubu picks 2 options for him: Cardoso, the current CBN governor, and Yemi Osinbajo. So they go for Yemi Osinbajo. Why? He's a pastor. It will calm the nerves of the Southern Christians. And he's from one of the biggest denominations. So that's a political move. And then he allows him to do what he wants to do. But my problem is that, yes, you're giving the man the, okay, respect. We have a arrangement here. But the man did not tie your hand from all other positions that you are putting. Then you now put all your men. So the man doesn't worry. He just tells his guys, just relax, guys. Don't worry, relax, guys. By the time I'm ready, I will get into that power. I will take charge. That's what he has done. So he told his guys, don't worry. When the northern guys were doing their own with Kyari and all those guys, they basically ostracized Tinubu. They ostracized him out. But he kept quiet. He did not make noise. The only time he made noise was when he is trying to get the ticket and they want to take him out. He's trying to get the ticket and they start playing. That's why he came out and said he's Emiloko. He's the person that is his turn. For him to do that, he knew that, okay, these guys want street fight. Okay, I'm a street guy. I will fight street fight. They try to change the currency. He fights street fight. He went against the government immediately. Even that's my problem with Buhari. Buhari was weak, complete weak human being. You can't do if it was Obasanjo, you can't do that to Obasanjo as president. So far as he's still on that presidential seat, Obasanjo we sink him immediately.
Abeg, the Obasanjo na him create the problem wey we dey so.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Obasanjo, we must give it to Obasanjo in terms of balance. You cannot say, nobody can say, okay, Obasanjo he just gave only Yoruba people. No, he didn't do that. He balanced it.
We give it to him on top of balance, but the structure that that the structure that allowed this type of mess to happen started with Obasanjo. So he cancels it out. Look at the
Wait.
mess Nigeria is in
We
today.
agree that Obasanjo created a mess in terms of his political legacy and the
Right.
structures he put. You get me? In terms of not allowing, but if you look at it from hindsight, and that during the time Obasanjo was handing over, who will he have handed over to? If you look at
He
it,
should have known. You cannot somebody that I keep hearing about Sonyo now. They talk about her like saying
wait,
political this
no,
thing. Wait
no.
now, a political Godzilla. The man, let me tell you, one of the essential qualities of a true leader, a transformational leader, is you always have people around you that you are observing, that you
Yeah,
know that this person, if I decide say I wan comot so and I have to recommend, I go recommend this person. How
I
can you
agree.
say is who would he have?
No,
If na
wait.
baby,
I totally agree
that's
with you
not an
on that.
excuse o.
Yeah.
Abeg, no use am
No,
justify that man.
wait. I
I dey
totally
hear
agree.
you.
I totally agree with you on a leader must make sure that he has capable hands that he can transition to. But it's the largest problem in Africa. You hardly see African leaders because African leaders
Abeg,
don't know
focus on Nigeria sef. See African
wait.
leaders no born.
Don't
Just
know how to
Nigeria
mentor people.
Kanya. Oh, you
Even
Africa? No, you don't make me dey speak my language. Focus for Nigeria. Forget
Nigeria,
Africa, abeg.
but Nigerian
Never
people
solve
don't.
our problem finish. Na another African people we go dey talk about. Leave
Nigerian
am o.
leaders.
Let's focus
Wait,
on our own.
okay.
Abeg.
Nigerian leaders, and even even let's leave leaders. Nigerians as people, do we do proper mentorship? Do we really do it?
Is
Maybe we
there a
can say,
structure
okay,
in place for it? Has there ever been?
no, you
When you
can
were
say,
growing
no,
up in
wait.
Nigeria, do you have anything like mentorship?
Yeah,
Was
the
it
Igbos
ever
have
in
it.
existence?
The Igbos have mentorship in terms of their 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 what they call that thing. There's a movie on itself. The boy program that they do.
That's not mentorship. I'm
No.
sorry.
That's a form of. Wait, now allow me land.
See, wait.
That's a traditional way of mentorship. I'm talking.
No, it's not. It's still not a traditional way. The
Why
difference
is it
is
not?
that no, mentorship is different. Mentorship is intentionally saying, you know what, I need to put all my knowledge in grooming these
mentorship
people. No, this person is learning a trade with you.
Yeah, it's knowledge.
So
Now you're
wait,
telling him how
no,
to
it's
do
not. It's not the same. No, don't mix it together. I'm sorry. You
Wait.
cannot mix
It's
the
a
two
form.
together. In as much as yes, I agree that that's a system where you have a boy under you that is observing your business so that he can do the business as well, right?
Yes.
It is you who have the duty to say, if you want your business to succeed, though, pay attention to this. Listen to what I'm doing. You understand? If this is how you treat your customers, this is what you should do. All those things, yeah. Even when you do what's it called? IT, sort of like IT, you go to different companies, right? To go and work after school. I remember people they used to do it there.
Yes.
Right? Exactly. You go and work
But
in
there's
this
something
office.
critical you have not mentioned in that mentoring, especially with the one boy mentoring. The guy also is set up by his Oga.
Yeah, of course. Another land now.
so
I understand the mentorship because I have friends who went through that
So what I'm
mentorship
saying that
program
in
who has
Africa,
businesses in
in
Onitsha.
Nigeria,
So I know.
in Nigeria, we don't have, even in our workplaces, somebody that will bring you under their wings, teach you, train you, have a group of people that he pours into them, and then from that group of people create leaders that can take over and he hands over to them. We don't do that. So it's a problem. It's something that needs to be taught to people. We have this sit tight mentality, even for fathers to sons. Fathers will have businesses. where they need to have, maybe they have 2 or 3 sons, or they have things. Mentor them, and then you will see the person, or sons and daughters, mentor them, you see the person that has the capability to take over, and then the person hands over, and guides the person from the back. We don't do this. We are not intentional about it. That's why you will see even PO. Okay, PO was a governor, is it not? But you expect that the next governor that is coming to take over from PO in Anambra should have the PO mentality of moving from where he stopped. But the next governor came, he did his own. Because we need to now start ensuring that our leaders, like PO now, Dati, all these guys, should start also mentoring people that will have that kind of understanding. That will have that kind of understanding. So you see, somebody like OBJ, he may have done this, but because he did not have somebody he was mentoring to say these 2 or 3 people have capacity to take over if I'm not here, and they will move on and do even a better job. But because Nigerians' politics is transactional, they look for who will cover their mess. That's why governors and the people that take over from governors always will have clash. There's always going to be clash. Why? Because the arrangement is not a mentorship arrangement. The arrangement is transactional. You are the person that I'll oppress you. Then the person now will say, okay, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. And then you bring him in because he will cover the mess for you because you have given him opportunity to be governor. So this is something that we need to look at, and we need to look at it from the base level of the family level, workplace, different environments, to have that culture. Like you now, I would say, okay, are you mentoring somebody? Is there somebody, a young person, that you will say, okay, Omoye is mentoring this young person, how to think, how to do this, how to, that person can ask questions. It's something that is not ingrained in our system very much. We just have it in skirmishes, but it's not ingrained in our system. So, but in other climes, it's ingrained in their system. That's why you just see leadership between is in that space. There will be leadership. This leader is because the next prime minister, there is an environment, that person, there's an ecosystem. They're already doing it. You do it in many, you'll be understudying MPs. You'll be understudying an MP. Before you know, they will launch that person. But we don't do it. We don't do it. So it's a big problem. But like I said, the issue of bigotry is really what, I feel the way Nigeria is going, if we don't take care of that matter, it was that same issue of bigotry, part of it, that created the Biafran War. This bigotry, go and ask Rwanda what happened. It took how many millions of people? The level of bigotry is unbelievable. It's not just like you said, it's not just the Yoruba Igbo thing. Now it's now cutting across small groups.
Everywhere. It's
Every
now,
group.
people are now ganging up against. I saw at the school down
Yeah.
they are the
So
shop.
it tells you, it's like we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All it needs, somebody was asking, okay, why is there rioting? I said all it needs is just one small spark. That's all it needs. One mistake or wrong mistake that, oh, this person did this. Before you know, people will just get annoyed and everybody will be eating each other. So we need to start talking to ourselves and say, look, we're not in a fight with each other. Our fight is not with each other. They have put us against each other. They want us to be against each other. why they do what they do. They are in the government houses. They are sharing the money. They are sharing loot. They don't care about us. They want us to just continue to complain about, oh, my rapper is this better than this person's rapper. Oh, our this is better than these people's this. No, it's irrelevant. And for me also, oh, we want an Igbo man to be president. How does it contribute to me? All I want is good leadership. You get me? All at the end of the day, yes, we know that there should be equity, people should feel belonged in a society. But like I said it, if a society has good leadership, nobody really cares about who is in charge of the country. If the person in charge of the country is from Berum or whatever, community, and he's giving us good leadership, security, power, people can have good enterprise, nobody will care where he comes from. Nobody will care. That's just the truth. They won't care where he comes from. It will be irrelevant. And that's the societies we want to get to. But these politicians, they throw up these things. They throw up this sentiment. They throw up this thing. Like now, look at the final thing they use. Oh, it's when a southern president is there, that's when the North want to, create ruckus. But that's not the truth.
Let me say something really quickly. I just should find out. So I was having a conversation with Reality yesterday, and we're talking about Nigeria and everything. So he now said, we're talking about the protest. Then he said, so I said that the Northerners are really like, the protest has been very hot and all of that. He now said, I beg you, that why did they not protest during Buhari's time?
You see?
Why did they not protest when Buhari was doing everything? After all, everything that's happening now did not start with this guy. That why did they not do anything during Buhari's time? Because that he can say for free. That's because he's a southern president. And I told him, I said, no, that's incorrect, sir. With every due respect. That's not it is hunger that is causing it now. That's what people want to paint it as. Yes, you have a point there that why did they say something during Buhari's time? But even the whole Boko Haram thing did not even start in Buhari's time. It started during Jonathan's time. Maybe it was brewing prior to when it became a big thing in Jonathan's time. Jonathan just didn't have the balls to do what he was supposed to do because in his mind he thought it was a propaganda. He thought that maybe they're trying to set him up or whatever, right? So that's how some of these people think. They think that the reason why the Northerners are protesting is because is the South. First of all, it's not. I had to correct. I said no. It's not about being South.
But it's not some people though. You see, this thinking is a propaganda. They put out that messaging. And because original, like I said, this bigotry is bubbling underneath for long.
Yes, exactly. It's been there. You're right. It's been there for a long. Because I remember when I went to Nigeria in 2000 and I want to say 2008 or so, right? Yeah. There was a girl that was telling me, "Hello, Tuti, pack your bag and go back." I didn't even. You see, it went over my head because I wasn't.
You're not in that mindset.
Yeah, I know that my so the thing went over. Now during this election thing and all of that, you think this bigotry has been there for a very, very long time. And they reflect back now, they remember instances when I
so
know
this bigotry has been very, very much there. And also there's also small bigotries. Okay, there's the big ones that the general ones. I all of them are the same, but I'm just using that to differentiate what I want to say. The general ones, okay, Igbo, Yoruba, big bigotry. All right, but there's also the internal ones, the ones that exist between communities, the ones that exist there. So So all they are looking for is a narrative. So politicians look at it and say, okay, we have said it's Peter Obi that is causing it. It did not work. We have said this, we have said this, we have said this. They now use the last joker, which is, oh, when it was this person, you people did not do this. Now it is the South. They want to do it. So they've lumped all of us suddenly. Suddenly they've lumped all of us, everybody in the South. And then they fan it, and then they know that it will catch on because we are caught across those lines. So, but the new, according to Aisha, the coconut head children now, they don't want to hear that. All they want is a country that works for them. So it is the Gen Zs that will now bring the new thinking. That will now, because they want to now penetrate the Gen Zs to think like this. Because that's how
thinking. Some of them are already thinking.
Yeah, I know. That's how the thinking has been. So if people continue to think like this, I tell you, you will see the same scenario happen. Oh, it's Peter Obi now. Oh, he's doing this. The other people will now create a ruckus to push against the government. So it's something that we need to, if Nigeria, and I say it with all sense of responsibility, if Nigeria has to be an entity, then we have to find a way for this bigotry to be minimized. Because the way it is going now, and we're heading to 2027, the way this bigotry is going, and we're heading to 2027, you begin to wonder how the setup will be like. Because you see how they did the hashtags, you see how they did this, they gave ultimatums, they did this one, nobody has been arrested. But because the person in charge is pioneering it, nothing is said until one thing will spark, that will spark. That thing that will spark, when it happens, they will now feel that, oh, people are bad. They should leave the Igbos as they are, because with Igbos and the Igbo mindset is, when they enter fight, they don't stop. They fight to the down. They get to the, one of the statements that gave, and this is historical, one of the statements that gave MKO a big, massive problem when he ran for elections, was that MKO made a statement. He said, I can do without the Igbo man. That was the statement he made. That statement,
Oh, really? I didn't know
yes,
that.
he made that statement. He said he can do without the Igbo man. He doesn't need that voting bloc. That statement created problems in the Southeast. That some Southeast elite guys decided on themselves to truncate that June 12 business. The man that initiated the truncating of that June 12 business was a senator from Ugota. What's his name? Aton Zerebe. Aton Zerebe said that they don't need too many Igbo people to stop it. Overnight, he went to IBB and collected money and told IBB, I'll float an organization called Association of Better Nigeria. This thing is, you can Google it. As I'm saying, like, you can Google it to confirm what I'm saying. Association of Better Nigeria was floated overnight after the elections. And that association NGO is the association that applied and said that there were irregularities in the June 12, 1992 elections, and that results should be suspended. and the military felt that yeah, this is what we are looking for, a way to stop this thing. So he in association with IBB, they created that, and he fronted it. He pumped his money there and stopped it, and created confusion in the country. I can say it. These are verifiable things. And then the INEC chairman then, Humphrey Wosu, decided that he will still call results because he has not seen any irregularities. They took it to court. And it was through that force of court and the barrel of the gun, Humphrey Wosu had to resign. Do you know that man he was a top professor, and he conducted one of the best elections Nigeria has ever seen. But because of that, he kept quiet from Nigeria. He just kept quiet. He never talked again in Nigeria. He never talked again because he felt that this is just a whole mess. You get me? So what I'm saying is that bigotry, the level of bigotry has been there. Oh. It's just that they want to take it to a next level.
It has been there. It has been there. I mean,
that thing needs to be stopped.
Instances as a child, as a teenager, I'm remembering instances because all my life I've been referred to as a Moyibo. That I accepted. I just accepted it. I don't even argue. That's how that now I think about it. I'm like, I've been referred even when because I grew up in Ibadan. So that's how they refer to me. Omo regardless of my name, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the bigotry has been there, and the unfortunate thing about this bigotry is that they don't even see it's almost a lot of Nigerians are very ignorant and unaware of the many tribes within Nigeria. So if you go to certain parts, they just refer to you as one group. I give you a quick example. I was scrolling down on TikTok and I stumbled upon a live that was going on. This guy was an Igbo guy. They asked him, he was talking about, now said, they now asked him, I don't know what argument led to it, but they now asked him, how many tribes are there in Nigeria? The guy said 3 tribes. They started laughing. They're like, are you serious right now? He said, yeah, Nigeria only has 3 tribes. He said, okay, name the 3 tribes. He said, Igbo, of course, Yoruba, Hausa, and that every other tribe comes from those. I almost fell off my chair. I could not believe it. Then asked him, he said, are you really serious or you are just joking? The guy said, there are only 3 tribes. That the other tribes
I'll tell you why he's doing
that. Have, right? That it all came from those 3 tribes. People now had to be requesting the mic to educate him. They now have to tell him Nigeria has over 350 different tribes. Why is that? I think the title of the live show was why is it that the 3 major tribes are the problem we have in Nigeria? And I have to agree that why is it that they are the only ones always causing the problem, and then at the same time trying to usurp the smaller. It was a very big argument.
So Omoye, the question, the problem is this: when the people do not take time to document their history, all right, then you have all these distorted versions of.
It's not about documents. It's that the people people are not reading, and people don't even know.
So I'm going there now.
I want to correct that part where you say people are not documenting their history. It is documented. It's just not taught, and people refuse to travel and learn. How did I not grow up in Nigeria? How do I know about the different tribes in Nigeria?
That's why I'm saying that. When maybe I didn't say it correctly, not document is documented, but you have removed it from your curriculum. You've removed it from your curriculum, and then what you bring into the curriculum in the 80s, so that person that is talking from what the narrative has been. Remember, we didn't have Twitter. Remember, we didn't have all these social media that has flooded information everywhere. So people are a bit more informed. All right. Those times, it was whatever the textbook gave to you. Who is the Nobel laureate? You say Wole Soyinka. So you do all those little history they give us, but they always will tell you in those historical little histories they bring in primary school, in that, oh, they give you the tribes of Nigeria. They just mention 3. If you look at it critically, that's how we have been abused mentally, in terms of not really explaining that, no, Nigeria has different people groups. You have different people groups and different population sizes of the people groups. That's what it is. So you have the bigger or the more large groups, which makes it the 3 major. But it's not that is the only. Even in places like River State, places like River State has almost 200 languages. All right, different, especially in the riverine areas, in the delta areas, different language groups, completely different. So there's a lot of history that needs to be taught in schools. All these things now that is happening in Nigeria are histories, because if we don't teach them, this bigotry continues. When they remove
motivations, let me tell you, as you inserted this is one of the motivations of why I always show up, even when I'm so disappointed, I'm overwhelmed sometimes about the Nigerian situation. I just keep thinking about the generation that's coming up and those that are going to come after them.
Yeah.
Somehow, my prayer is that, and my hope is that they stumble on, social media, mine,
of course
every
they
other
will,
person that's speaking.
and this will be a timestamp.
Yes, so that way they can see, because I'm telling you, we really literally as Nigerians sitting on gunpowder. If we're not careful, if we are not intentional about killing that bigotry when it comes to us. If I come to you now and I say, see, oh, these people are this, these people are this one, this group of people are this, and you don't shut me up and you allow it because you're enjoying the conversation, guess what? We are perpetrating it. You move it forward, it becomes bigger.
Yeah. So that was the essence of, okay, now going back to history, there's a civil war, and it's all about the same bigotry. After the civil war, there was supposed to be no victor, no vanquished. That's what Gowon says. Okay, no victor, no vanquished. People should integrate. That's why Gowon created the National Youth Service, to create national integration. I mean, where he's coming from is a laudable thing that people should, and that has even, many people got married because of that. They married different people. Got to, okay, if you are studying down in the south, you are posted to the north to get to understand how the northern tribes are. These northern guys come to the east like that, south like that. So that created a new Nigeria. But the problem is that these political groups kept festering the tribal problem. Now, after the war, a lot of Easterners lost their properties in places like Port Harcourt, places like Lagos. A lot of the Easterners were business people. They were, they were very vast. They had properties. Those properties were now called abandoned properties. If you go to River State, most of the properties that are there owned by Igbos were abandoned. The government collected it, did not give them their properties, did not give their families. Till today, they're called abandoned properties, and gave them just 2 pence or something, and then they started life. So it became very hard. People wonder, why is it that Easterners, if you notice, Easterners build massive mansions in their villages? Do you know why that is? It's because of how they got burnt after the war. So after the war, most of them got burnt, so they refused to build houses in other places, until when they felt that, okay, the country is trying to assimilate us, then they started building. Now imagine those people now who are now in their 80s, who are now in their 70s, start hearing hashtag these people must leave. Oh, live here. what would they think? It brings back those memories. It's just like when people say, oh, don't say, anti-Semitic and all that. It's because it brings memories to the Jews of the Holocaust, which is a form of bigotry. So we need to be careful. And let's go and take the Rwandan example. What Paul Kagame had to do in Rwanda to sanitize Rwanda, because overnight they killed themselves. And the worst part is that the West did not even come in to help. They wanted it like that. Yeah, they should kill themselves. That's how they are. It favors them. So this bigotry that is growing up, let us not think that the West is they allow it, and they want people to neutralize themselves. So we need to be more aware. People need to be more educated. Talk to our communities, and it has to be proactive. This is where traditional rulers, all this money that they get, this is them that should give the orientation. But the funny thing is that the traditional rulers have been bought, and they are also festering the bigotry. The traditional rulers are pioneering the bigotry, which is sad, when they are supposed to fester unity amongst different tribes and groups. Because there's nothing like Nigeria, Ghana, and all this. We're all people groups that kept migrating and settled at different parts of the continent. So the traditional rulers should not start perpetuating wrong things. Look at Oro Festival. Oro Festival is now politicized. Do you get me? Tomorrow somebody will politicize Yam Festival. You see, so we should start calling out the traditional rulers, calling out the religious practitioners, that guys, you people are the people that should be advising correctly, advising government correctly, and advising people correctly. People in the homes.
Well, if the traditional rulers and the Christian leaders, if their bread and butter, if their bread is buttered with the same criminal elements, they are not going to correct shit. They're just going
That's
to
why this problem is happening, because it's them that
because it's their bread that they are buttering. So you are chopping, and then somebody will not come and tell you, go and cut your source of supply. That's what is happening. So the religious leaders, as you know it, are not going to say jack. It has to be within the religious.
We finally swallow everybody.
Let me tell you what needs to happen. Like what Davina, that Prophet Davina, whatever his name is, Davina, I think that's what they call him, Prophet Davina. I think so. I think he's from whether Calabar. So the guy is on their asses. You need people within that same circle. Damina, not Davina, sorry, Damina, right? The man is on their asses. Hate, love or hate, very dark man. That man is doing something. The guy may be naive on certain the angles that he takes. He may be whatever it is you want to call him. But that guy, VDM, very dark man. You see what he's doing with Prophet
it's your brother now. The prophet is your brother.
It's not my brother. How is he my brother? He's not a good man now.
He's not Nigerian. He's not Nigerian.
He's Nigerian, yeah. So he's not our brother. It's your brother too. So my point is that what he's doing with that man, stuff like that. People who are bold to take on
Nigeria is a funny place, though. Nigeria is a funny place.
So people have to take which fight you want to fight, because you have to divvy it up. Everybody cannot fight the same. So those type of fights, that's what is needed to open the eyes of their followers to see, say, this your organo even the power. I hear he has withdrawn the court case. I'm like, why is he running? No, that court case has to continue. Why is he withdrawing it? We need to see what's in the water.
There's no way there now. There's no way. It's coconut generation. Don't you understand? The generation now
I
is
know
the generation.
VDM is from he's not Edo, he's not Edo North, he's Edo South actually. So he's
The,
Benin,
the
but
thing
he's
is
a
that
Hausa guy. Forget the guy grew up in
yeah,
the north. He's not
yeah,
really
but
his temperament bodacious in your is an Edo South Edo
the,
quality, but he's a more of a
yeah,
northern guy. He
yeah. The
thinks
thing
like
is
a
that the
northern
thing is that
person, really.
the generation that is out here now, and it's just like internet exposure had just said, you know what, we cannot take this rubbish again from people. You get me?
Exactly.
We're not going to be, subservient. Normally, because of our traditions, our cultures, our families, we're very obedient people. We respect elders and all those kind. We respect authority, and those things have been
No, na
used.
that way
Wait,
respect is me. I dey respect. Oh, I'm sorry. I know
no,
the follow
no,
that one.
yeah, wait. I know, but I mean, growing up, you would have given your respect, is it not? Growing up,
I was, guess what? I was that child that they used to call rude oh, as a child. That's how, let me just say it like that. I know they look senior. If you do anyhow, you dey see anyhow. I go
uh,
talk what I want talk, I go run. I was one of that child.
you
Like
go
my
wrong, but
parents,
if they catch you, they go beat you now. No be so.
no, I dey
They'll
see.
punish you now.
Not many beats they beat me, but it not stop me from being who I am. So I
I
be
know,
that
I know.
pikin.
What I'm
My
saying is that
point is, I be that
predominantly,
pikin.
predominantly, predominantly,
Eh?
I mean, predominantly, most people were, just respect when your senior
Yeah,
tells you
respect your
something. Just
senior, respect your elders,
uh,
respect this,
so,
respect that thing used to piss me off even as a
so
child. It used to
people,
annoy me. Mm,
people grew up with those kind of consciousness, all right,
that's true. That's true.
which is not a bad thing. You respect people, but it made people now very timid, made people lack of confidence. We grew up with lack of confidence. Like, okay, if you went to Nigerian university, you can't even go and see a professor's office. You can't even say hello to, like, you have to put the person's name, prof or something, and then like sometimes you just say good morning, prof. One of our lecturers will say what's good about the morning. Those kind of responses will just shock your system, and so we don't even, we are quiet. So when you come overseas and you see how bold, just call you first name, they call you, so it's different. So but the Gen Z is now getting that, is now this generation that says they'll call you first name, whether you are bishop, whether you are pope, whether you're imam, whatever, they just address you. Even Tinubu said that those people have abused me. Tinubu said it, that he left Twitter because they abused the hell out of him. So the generation is going to ask you, why are you telling us this? Why are you telling us? They'll ask you the question why. Because most of us in our generation, we couldn't ask our parents why. They just tell us something, just say, okay, just go. You can figure it out. But this generation is a generation that would say, why are you telling us this? Why should I pick this thing? That's why they're telling us, oh, leave the protest. The generation say, why should we leave the protest? Why shouldn't we come out? Why? If you want to shoot, shoot. So it's a different generation. So hopefully, people will now be more careful as they behave. Like we talked last time about the Olympic problem. By the end of that day, the minister of sports had to come to Twitter and start explaining himself because he got the heat. He
Yep.
got the heat. He got the heat. This generation is not, as soon as they see something, it's mob attack. They gave you 12 billion. You spent 12 billion, no medal. And he came to explain, oh, that they
The
were
explanation
supposed to
was
be.
trash. I responded
Eh?
to that. I was like,
Oh,
please,
you
Oga.
responded.
Yes. I said, what kind of explanation is this? This is trash.
I
How
know
can they
now.
give you that kind of money and you nothing to show for it? Are you kidding me? And you're
The
coming to
problem is that,
to explain.
do you know when they gave them the money? He gave them the money 3 months to Olympics. Do you give people money 3 months? People that
Oh my God.
other countries have been preparing for 4 years to the Olympics.
Yes, ahead.
You now give somebody 3 months to Olympics to do what? because you have saved the money in a fixed deposit and you're collecting interest. That's what they do. You know, you have collected 3 years interest on that money. Then 3 months this year, start giving them money. What they do with money? You know? So yeah, so like I said, you know, I don't really like this bigotry. It's really something that we need to be proactive to stamp out, even in our small families. When we see that, we should be able to educate or re-educate, you know, people, you know, again,
But the
because
thing is
it's
that, but the
important.
thing is that, I don't know. You know, it's one thing to kick against it, but you also have to let your children know the reality of being confronted with it outside as well. Do you understand? So even if you're
Yeah,
stamping it out in the home, you know, there's some children that are just evil. They're born evil. I'm
yeah,
one of
yeah,
those people who believe that some children are born evil because I experienced evil children as a child going to school. I met a lot of evil children. So they will come and they will use their mouths to tell you. Hmm? They will,
mm,
whatever their parents are echoing at home, they will tell their fellow classmates in school. So in as much as you're encouraging your children not to be that way, also let them know that it's not going to stop people from outside calling
yeah,
them
of course, of course. So, but that's why I say it's a whole. But you see, if a leader, that's where you have laws. I think somebody mentioned about laws and all that. If we have the right leadership and people apply the right laws in this country, somebody like Bayo Noniga would have been picked up and arrested because
all the people that handle on Twitter,
yeah,
Lagos Media, whatever,
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
person behind it, the group, whether na one, no, they'll pack all of them, shut that
yeah.
thing down.
If somebody says, "Oh, if you are Mama Chinedu, don't come out and vote,"
Exactly.
that person should have been arrested. And
Immediately.
so when there are no consequences for actions in society, that's why evil continues. The reason for prison is that if somebody um, does something wrong, they put that person away because they don't want him to repeat the offense. But if they are not, even for a child you are training, if you don't create consequence, the child will continue to do that because he thinks that's the way, that's how his mind is processing it. So the problem why you see all these things happen is because governments that are supposed to take responsibility on these people that are pushing the levers are not doing that. So the people continue to push the embers. They continue to push it.
Exactly.
They continue to push it. Then when the
But
thing
also
causes
remember,
chaos,
some of the government officials were liking and even
yeah,
commenting. They were
mhm,
agreeing. So those government
yes,
officials also have been rounded up and thrown
yeah,
inside Kirikiri and the keys
but
thrown
it can't
away.
happen. It can't happen if the person on the top ticket is already
A known bigot.
a known. It's just they are just doing what he's telling them to do. So that is why there's a problem. If from the top go, somebody is arrested for bigotry, put in jail, you do 1 2 1 2, all those guys that have been doing all those things, they are locked up, they don't see the sun, nobody will try it again. Nobody will venture, nobody will come out with boldness, put Twitter page. Look at what you just said now. Somebody, a known Boko Haramist or whatever, is giving giveaway. Give it like how?
I was
And
going to play that video, but I changed
and
my
this,
mind. I
no,
don't
don't
want to
play
use
it,
it on
please.
film.
Don't the so-called DSS, SSS, whatever they call them, eh, can chase around small children doing their protests. They look at how they were pumping their chests. Oh, you people should not come out. We will do this. We will do this. We will do. DSS came out talk. Army came out talk. Police came out talk. Everybody coming out talk. Meanwhile, are they not in the same Twitter saying that somebody is saying, "We'll give you giveaway"? Nothing is happening here. That's That's a damning thing on Nigeria, our security, and all that. So it tells
They
you
were
when
tagging
the
security
is doing
to
that.
it. Guess what the policeman said? The man, whether na police, I don't know wetin they call themselves. The man come say
PRO.
the guy should give them kudos that they are trying. At least they should give them kudos for the ones they are arresting. Trust Nigerians. Nigerians say kudos for what? For
I know.
kidnapping small rats when there are big fish. They
When there's
tag
big
them
fish.
in that particular video. They not see wetin they
But
do.
unfortunately, Omoye, everybody knows the sponsors of Boko Haram.
Oh
And
yes.
people don't even know the history of this thing. This thing started as a sect that was against, secular education for the Amajiri boys and kids. All right. It started as a sect. They brought this up to the president then. It actually started towards the times of Obasanjo as a sect. So it did not look like something really important. It just looked like one of those little skirmishes, somebody somewhere just, delivering his message to a group of people. So they said they should watch it. They kept watching it, and then in Jonathan's time, the thing became big. Then the political group hijacked it to use for their interest as they kept to push Jonathan's government. This is the reality. No, people don't like to talk about it, but that's the reality. And they have groups of these people still in government.
Say that again. You said what about Jonathan?
I said that they brought him intel about the rising group of Boko Haram. It was not a big group at that time. So they felt let's not stress ourselves about it. But you see, those groups now were mobilized by political elements in the north.
Oh yeah.
Which created problem for the Jonathan government. And those northern guys, because they wanted Jonathan out, that it was their turn. Nobody likes to talk about it because it was their turn. Because unfortunately, bless his soul, Yaradua was late. So they felt that Goodluck Jonathan should not be the president, that there should be a way to, because it is the northern turn. So they had to, can you imagine, instead of Nigeria to follow the rules, which is the president is no more, naturally you swear in the vice president. They now came to the Senate, and it had to take a woman, bold woman, the late Dora Akinyuli, the NAFDAC lady. She had to come and say, I don't know what's happening. I can't even access the president. And she had to come out and voice it out. That's the person that was information minister, saying it as it is, not painting around the bush, because the Kaaba wanted to close her on. And she said, no, they had to create what is called the doctrine of necessity. That is a rubbish. That's the rubbish of the highest order, doctrine of necessity. What does that mean? That, because of this, so let's not allow Jonathan to be vice president. It took time for them to give him. It told you that Nigeria was run by a different code of conduct. And when he now decided to rerun for election, that was the problem. They just skyrocketed this problem of Boko Haram, make sure that the place is ungovernable for him. That's what they said. And Buhari was an exponent of that, to make sure that the place is ungovernable for him. It's just that Jonathan Jesus did not just have the strength of character. If not, he should have stamped all these things out. So we see.
I remember during that period, right? I think it was who was it? Donald Duke. Donald Duke wanted to. I think he didn't want to contest. I can't remember. It was not the same. Obasanjo that went to tell him, it's not your turn or something. Crazy like
so during the contest, which was more of PDP guys, Donald Duke wanted to contest. Dr. Peter Odili, that one was using money. He basically painted the whole Nigeria with money. He gave all the emirs and chiefs jeeps, big Prado jeeps, each one. Look, Nigeria, we have wasted before. He bought, I remember then in River State, he bought taxis, Peugeot taxis, brand new, many. He put the face of the late Obasanjo's late wife, I forgot her name. He put her face on all the thing, because he wanted to get favor from Obasanjo, for Obasanjo to, confirm him or anoint him. That's when they started that anointing process, anoint him as governor, as president. So they came to the campaign meeting and in the thing, and then he had already sidelined Atiku, and then he said that Nigeria is not for sale. That's what he told Peter Odili. Nigeria is not for sale. Peter Odili was weak. That thing finished his whole political career. He was done. So
but Obasanjo, my point of bringing that story up is because Obasanjo himself effed up. You see, a working governor.
So that's why.
Working and a successful governor at that, right?
Yeah, let me tell you what happened.
You should have given him the opportunity. You just don't silence people because you feel like you are. This is why I say Obasanjo is the reason why we have the systems we have today.
Yes. So I know. So Obasanjo felt okay. He's in the South. He has ruled for 8 years, and he wish that he needs to give it to the North. And already Atiku was the leader of a northern bloc called the PDM, and that PDM is Yar'Adua's elder brother's political group, and they had already rallied around Atiku in the other opposing party. So what did Obasanjo do? Obasanjo had to break the PDM, and he had to break the PDM with one of their own, and that is Yar'Adua, because the PDM is Yar'Adua, Shehu Yar'Adua. Musa Yar'Adua is so he used the Yar'Adua family.
When they even talk, I'm sorry, Sid. When they even talk about this South, I'm sorry. The way they do this South is just too much of a large block.
But that's how they are. That's why I'm telling you. When
it's a terrible structure because, for instance, Obasanjo does not represent me. I'm from the South. He clearly doesn't.
Yeah.
Right? He's from the West. Why don't they stick to this man? Is the son of the West and the North. Is the son of the West and the Middle Belt. Instead of just lumping everybody together as South. Really, well, they don't represent anybody's interest. It makes no sense to me, and it's very annoying.
Yeah, I know it's very annoying. But that's the trick they have used, especially, and this trick is a North and South elite trick. It's not like they just and that North is not West. It's not even Northeast. It's not even North Central. But they lump everybody as North. Meanwhile, the Middle Belt is not really Northern, but they lump them in it. Then they come to the South and lump it. So they create that North-South divide, and they use it as their last card in everything. If you understand how these people do their things, people will not, according to Dele Farotimi, you will not die in their war. You will think differently. That's why Gen Z, don't you see, they're always saying, oh, we want to know who is in charge of this protest. We want to know them. We want to negotiate with them, because they like structured things like that, where they can do that divide.
I'm not Gen Z, but I'm fighting, so I don't know.
No. I'm just using it as, okay, these young people that don't want to conform to our North-South divide, we need to use everything on them. This mindset has always been there, like I told you. His mindset has always been there. So all that Obasanjo did was bring out a Yaradua, whatever. And Yaradua said, I'm not well. I'm sick. He said, no, just be there. Just be there.
Can you
He
imagine?
basically,
Is that not stupidity of the highest
that's
order?
selfishness. Yeah, that's selfishness. But he was not trying to think ahead and say. Then he now looked at the South. Which of the South guys? Because that was when there was a lot of kidnapping in the Niger Delta. They need to calm the Niger Delta. So there were 3 people that they have lumped in the South: Odili, Donald Duke, and he now suggested Charles Soludo, who was the CBN governor, as for vice president. So then they did all the suggestion. They say no. If they put Odili will basically eat up Yaradua. Odili eat up Yaradua, will just no chance. And Odili, he didn't trust Odili. They said Donald Duke. He said Donald Duke is very independent. He, is different. He's a different gravy. They don't like such kind of guys. That's just the truth. You see, this elites we're talking about, they don't like people that will just come and order things. They don't like that. So they said, look, let's get somebody that is very quiet, that does it. So they just brought in Goodluck. Goodluck was not even in reckoning. He just brought him and said, you'll be vice president. That's it. Done. So Goodluck was an accidental president. Suddenly he becomes president. Somebody that's not really in that kind of personality to deal with all these kind of things. So Nigeria is a very complex society, very interesting, complex, different varieties of people groups, and we need to leverage on it. But these politicians, like I said, what they do is they just say north, south. And in that north, there are many people. In that south too, there are many people groups. But they just lump it. And then somebody that said it was his turn, now comes and say, oh, I'm part of the South. No, you are not part of me. You are not. You're not. You don't represent. You guys already creating a lot of bigotry to different groups in the South. You've already told people in Lagos that they should leave Lagos. Then you now come and claim, oh, why are people protesting against our Southern brother? Like, seriously. So it's a very warped thinking, but Nigeria should grow ahead of it and know that we are one people fighting for our survival. And I thank God that it is hunger that has unified us. That hunger should keep unifying us, because if that does not work, Nigeria will not come together. I think I must give hunger an award, because if you give hunger and football is the only thing that, okay, Nigerians don't even remember where they come from. So fast is Super Eagles. They want Super Eagles to win. Nobody cares where Osimhen comes from. Like, nobody cares. Oh, who is Osimhen? Who is not Osimhen? No. They don't care. The team plays for Nigeria to win. Finish. So the guys in Kano are shouting goal. Same guys in Delta State are shouting goal. But it's only when it comes to politics, the sharing of resource, sharing of money, then they now tell you, you know what? Me, I'm not. This place is South. Like now, after he does his 8 years, automatically now, they will say, oh, let it go to the north. Who in the north? Is he a north central? Is he a Kogi man? Do they consider Kogi north? The core north will not do that.
Exactly.
They will not consider Kogi north. They will only consider somebody from Kanu, Katsina. That's it. And somebody that is Muslim. That's it.
The way the structure is right now is so flawed. They need to, first of all, dismantle that system that's currently existing, and
that's why PO say want to dismantle this structure.
Seriously, it's criminality all through and through, because you're completely zoning out people, all in the name of South, North. Meanwhile, not lie. All is all lie. It's all lies. You understand? There are groups of people that have never ever had the opportunity to serve.
That's why they
Never.
are proposing it now. They propose it in the national conference. The paper is there, and they even propose. I think PO has even proposed it. We should have rotational presidency.
I'm telling you, because the
All
way
right.
it is, you keep bringing the same set of people from the same group of people. No change in Nigeria, not one. It makes no sense. So I don't
They
know.
want us. We feel that if we do rotational presidency, I'm not. Maybe I think utopian. I don't think rotational presidency. Yeah, thank you very much, Stella Obasisha. That's her name. Yeah, I don't think rotational presidency gives the best. My preference is always the best man, the
Right.
man that will
I
see,
agree with you on
the
that.
man that will see Nigeria
Right.
as this is an entity that needs to work, whether
Right.
north,
But you
west,
see
south.
why the rotational, I'm there with
Yeah.
you, right? See,
Yeah,
I'm
but for
completely
now,
in agreement
the best bet
with
is
you. But
rotational.
wait 1 second. Let me
Great
just get
peace.
this thought in, right? The thing is, I agree with you 100%. It should be the best person, right? But the problem with a country like Nigeria, you have different tribes, different groups of people, right? What that will do is it will force them to always bring out their best and look for their best. If we don't do it like that, you see this what's it called, bigotry that's going on. We have not evolved. Nigerians have not evolved to a point where we will just say the best person, the best person. That could have happened. That could have that one for fly like before, because a lot of Nigerians not care. As long as they get where to live, they are okay, they can eat, they can come out, they don't really care who the president. Now you forfeit get away with it doesn't matter where the person comes from. But because now they don't show us say omo, it's all about tribal bigotry, right? Now everybody eye don open. So it's very important for that rotation to take place for now, unfortunately. Even though yes, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I
I agree
prefer the
that.
best
I agree
person.
that. Okay, the rotation, but we always have this argument. Oh, they always tell us this, and that's what I don't like. Oh, we have not mature. We have not mature. Do you know that they mentioned this argument also with electronic voting? Oh no, Nigeria. We know we are not mature. When will we be mature? When? When exactly is it that
Okay, on
the
that one,
people truly will
so
be mature?
we're talking about two different things. So say Nigerians, okay, you can see, I don't even need to tell you, you see the level of bigotry. You see am.
Yeah,
You
but
see
that
what is
bigotry,
pressing.
like that bigotry, if you look at it, is because the Nigerian on the street is not really a bigoted person. You see, the Nigerian actually is a very nice person,
That's
homely,
true.
accommodative. But
Yes.
these people want to insist they want to drive that narrative. That's what I'm saying. They want to drive it. If you go to a Nigerian's home, he will welcome you, he give you water. What do you want? You go to a wedding, you don't even know the people. You will eat and you will
Yeah.
go where you are going to. So Nigeria naturally is not a bigoted place. It's not a bigoted place. It's that these guys want that, they need that divide because that divide is good for elections. That divide it runs on our emotions. And the truth is that voting and election is a very emotional game. Voting anywhere in the world, you need to whip up emotions. It's very few people in the voting bloc globally that we think of, okay, economy, statistics, all these things. That's why he told you now statistics will chop because they will work on the emotions of people. They will work on it, work on it, work on it, work on it. Then the person say, actually, I'll still vote my brother. You see, because they have worked on it. But the Nigerian is a Nigerian wants to survive. I remember I saw one Twitter guy, I think it's a Yoruba guy in Lagos. He was saying, look, you can't chase Igbos here because they are the people making business. And I'm having work because of that. Because that's a natural response of a man that wants to feed his family. If you give him work, he'll work. He doesn't care who is the person that brought the work. So we cannot say we should continue, we should allow these people. So my prayer is that, and I always say it, even if you give Biafra land, there will still be internal small, oh, I don't like this man. Like now in Abia State.
Absolutely.
In Abia State now, they don't care where Oti is from, whether it's from Ngwa or it's from, they don't want to know. The man delivered the job, that's all.
Yeah.
Nobody cares where it's from. Nobody. But normally before they will say, oh, Abia North, Abia South, Abia Central. Why are they dividing people? They are the same Abia. Oh, Delta North, Delta South, Delta. Are they not the same people group? But they divide it. They divide it. Oh, if it's either Akbata or it's Esue. Oh, this one, that one. You know, like there's one thing that even Oshomole was saying. It really annoyed me. I said, like, seriously, you are supposed to be, but they are driving that same bad narrative. Oh, that Esue does not speak his language, so therefore, how will a person that does not speak his language want to come and be governor? Like, seriously, I was thinking.
Does Oshomole speak the language? Not being known they speak. They speak.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, that's supposed to be a senator. And he's bringing releasing a subtle bigot message, creating, and
Rosali, the governor that worked the most in Edo State.
Where he come from? I don't want to know.
Edo State, when they see today, and that was not even just, it was Bendel State at the time.
Bendel State.
That man worked the most for both Bendel and till date. Yes. No argument.
Because it was under the Midwestern State.
Yeah, it was under the Midwestern region at the time, and he was governor of Bendel State at the time. That man worked, and he had great plans for the state.
And all those guys, those guys just wanted to see how will Bendel State work. Not whether there was nothing like Bendel North, Bendel South, So these things that you see, like I told you, they create this divide, and then the Bendel South people will not be talking to Bendel North people. Then they'll start fighting each other. When they are already, when they should just sit down and say, okay, yes, it's good to balance things, okay, but from here let there be some balance. But the ultimate thing is, are the Edo people giving the benefits of the democracy? Are they benefiting from the government? Exactly. Whether you are in the north, south, west, whatever. So until we start driving this mindset as emerging leaders, as new leaders, like, we need to think of how Nigeria will work. Look at what Pio was saying. If we dominate Niger State with agriculture, Adamawa, agriculture, create tea in Adamawa, they have the right climate for it, and Nasarawa State, export tea, we make money from that. That is already massive foreign exchange. The whole of the Middle Belt create a very massive agricultural, revolution, throughout the Middle Belt. Create security so that Sambisa is secured, everywhere is secured. Give portions of ranching in the Sambisa. The headers can put their cattle there and ranch, and create regeneration. Like, seriously, the whole Nigeria will be working. Create all ports, create 4-5 ports across. Open up our industry, open up the oil and gas. Dangote work, the small guys that can do oil and gas. You people should do oil and gas. The refineries, sell it off, put a percentage, just like Saudi Aramco, put a percentage in the refineries. We take, the government takes 40%, sell it off to investors 50%. They will reform the refineries. Oil will be flowing everywhere. The prices will drop. You export some. You create rail lines across the nation. Oh my God! Nobody will care where it will be irrelevant, because they will say this man walked the whole of Nigeria. He did not care where he came from. He worked in the north, he worked in the south, he opened economic corridors in the north, in the south, in the east, in the Middle Belt, in the Delta. That's what it is. 8 years, you will drop the pen, walk away. They will say, come now, no, we'll give you more 8 years. Say, no, I'm done. You will not bring a new leadership that will continue. You set elections. Elections will be clean and clear. As you vote, they are seeing it live and direct, live feed. I mean, this is doable. If a president does what is right, nobody will care where it comes from. Nobody. People will be doing their business. People do their business. Nobody even care where it comes from. If you want to come from any place, so far as the country is right. But these guys want to subject our thinking to that low life thinking. We will not allow that. We will not allow that. Nigerians are mature enough to think correctly. And this driving of thinking is also the way the West wants us to think. Oh, those are Africans, that's how they think. No, that's not how we think. Africa is a beautiful place. We care for each other. We want to love our neighbors. We give our neighbors food. We give our neighbors shelter. We give our neighbors help when we need to give our neighbors. We look out for each other. That's what the real African is. Why do you think they like our birthday parties? Why do you think they'd like to come around us? Because we are fun-loving people. Look at African music now. Is the rise of the world. Due to internet now, everybody wants to play the African Afro artist globally. It tells you that the people have so much in them that is yet uncovered, but you keep them in a situation where, oh, it's Delta South, Delta North, Yoruba, Hausa, and then good people cannot create businesses, networks because of all this bigotry. No, we cannot foster it again. And that's why the next generation is saying, no, we can't continue. We can't continue like this. But the government of the day enjoys it. That's why all these people are not arrested. If not, you arrest all these MC Olumo, arrest them. Arrest them. Lock them up. Bayo Ononuga, lock him up. Look at the statement he made. Very clear. You know, inciting violence. That is inciting. So yeah, Nigerian structure is faulty. Yes, Sonny Chukwu Uche, you're right. Nigerian structure is faulty. Yes, there's no perfect structure, in my opinion. There's no perfect structure in the world. There are other countries that have the same divisions, but they have made it work because they have had it.
My thing is my problem is that we, for Nigeria especially, I can't speak for Africa. I'm not fit to beg. For Nigeria, right? The truth is that we have the solutions within, but these greedy ass people will not allow the people with the solution. Someone like Peter Obi now, you clearly see that the man has solution. He might not have all the answers, all the solutions. He's even open to hear suggestions. He's open to criticism. He's open to being called out and say, hey, this is how you should go about this, and he will implement. But you see the ones that their paymasters always install, they are the ones that keep crippling our economy and crippling us and taking us back. They are the ones conjuring this bigotry. They are determined to whip it up so that it will continuously divide the people so they can get what they want. Edo State, for instance, the APC man has never done any media round in any way, shape, or form.
They promised him.
Comes out. When we say in a normal country, Oshomole not supposed to know the roads. Not talk of the gates of where a state house supposed to. The man come out, they talk, they push candidate when he knows it's terrible for the state. The man cannot even express himself. He cannot communicate. Okay, even if you want to zone, you say, okay, zone. You zone to Edo Central, which is the people that are supposed to run. We have brilliant people in Edo Central. No, you go and you intentionally go and choose the worst of the worst to come and run as governor of an entire state.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, sorry.
They don't think of it from your own perspective. You're
I
thinking of
know
it
it's selfishness because
it's their
maybe
own.
someone
So
is trying
the
to
person that will
bomb
put there is
that
person that will run, that will give them the money now. Don't you know they need the money?
exactly. And not only the money, he's also trying to gather support for his own people so that they can always be in power. That is all
Yes.
power grab and money. So that,
Yeah.
oh, he's a donut person. Okay, he will now strategically place his people there. Then they will now say, I see Edo Central people. Shebi says, look at them, useless governor that we had was from Edo. No, anybody that is coming to rule that state, he has to match Ambrosali's work ethic, right? Or no, may we not even bother. I'm telling you. Because
that's where
Ambrosali is the yardstick right now. If you
that's where
cannot match it,
people
then
must know.
please go and sit in one corner. Because that
But
man,
that's
there was no bigotry. The man built campuses in Abraka. He's not from Abraka. He built college of education for places where you don't even know. The man lived in Ekpoma, small house in Ekpoma. That's where he lived. We've had governments in that state that have wrecked those states, wrecked.
those are
And
different
always
leaders.
continuously from one local government out of an entire state, one freaking local government from the same group of people that have wrecked that state in a state where you have highly educated people. But you don't see it because they keep running away from that state, a state that is fertile. I grew up eating Ekpoma rice. I did not eat imported rice.
Yes,
Native
people were not
rice,
doing that now. Yes.
gari, palm
So
oil, palm
it
wine.
tells you, but now it's left for the Edo people to rise to the occasion and say,
They are
you know,
rising to the occasion. I have to give it to them. People are really
but
rising to the
the
occasion
problem
and
is the problem
pushing
where
for
I
the
have
best person to win.
my fear is the election is not about the best person to win now. You see what happened in Imo State and the offside election showed that, and Kogi showed that APC will write results. Once it's time, Mahmoud does not talk again. He will only bring results. Mahmoud will just bring results. They've
Well, not
written.
for Edo State this time,
Wait,
because my people, their
remember
heads,
what
they know
what
the game
Abado
now.
said. Abado said that he will give APC Edo.
Not Edo State. I'm telling you for free. Not Edo
That's
State.
why I'm
Now,
praying.
Matt, he just talked that one for himself to make his shareholders feel okay. You see that Edo State is not going to fall into the hands of Tinubu. Sorry. He will be greatly
I hope so.
disappointed.
I want it. I want it to be like that.
I beg you. Edo State has suffered. Do you know how many people have been slaughtered in Edo State? Nobody says anything. They've been slaughtered in Edo State. When I talk about Edo State, I'm talking about Edo Central. You know how many people have been slaughtered? There is a huge agenda to reduce the number of Edo Central because after Edo South, Edo Central is the largest group. So there's a conspiracy going on to reduce the number of Edo Central people so that they can push a stupid political narrative. That's what's going on. And people's eyes are open to it. Whether you like it or not, we have brilliant professors and educationalists all over the world. From Edo, they talk. They are very, very, they're always wanting to be at the back. That's kind of nature they have. You don't want to come and impose a dummy on an entire state. No, everybody's eyes open. No, both Edo people in the diaspora and everybody's watching. Even me, if I tell you behind the scenes, I know what I'm doing because Edo State cannot fall into the hands of APC. Never. Where? It must fall into a capable hand, not someone that has been planted by APC to come and form opposition. No, we know what is going on. Our eyes are open. Edo State will go to the person who is capable of doing the work.
Yeah,
And
that's what the state
yardstick. anybody that cannot match and surpass what Ambosali did, go home. It's simple, oh, because I am telling you, it's no game anymore. Everybody eye in the diaspora, when it comes from Edo State, their eye don't open.
Yeah, I hope that Edo people will really ensure that their votes count and they secure their ballot boxes, they secure their collection centers, because that's where the magic happens. You know, because
if Edo State works and they is thriving, I think carry my karanga, I go back to Edo State, go and chill. Look at Abia State now. There are citizens all over the world. What concern them concern with the happen for Nigeria.
No, they don't even talk to us.
They talk to us again. Be like say they be another country for inside the same country.
No, but when government is working, you don't talk much. You just say, how can I tap into what is going on? You know, because you have a government that has a plan and working towards the plan, and you can see the progress is tangible. So, you know, that's the biggest problem. Meanwhile, Agbado will soon travel safe after don't stress out. After I don't stress out these 10 days, I don't give her 10 days of heat. He will not enter his new jet. He will not enter his new jet and go to France so that they will pump him some fluids. You know, he said these people want to kill me here. No, they are stressing me. These guys are. I'm telling you, I expect him to travel very soon. He will travel.
There's no doubt he has to go and recharge his battery.
He need to recharge now. Like, this coconut generation, they stress him. They stress his
we dey give am woto.
You give up every day, woto, every day, woto.
You go say which kind of wahala be this? He said no protest. They go dig up all the write-up for protest. They call the show up. People even print out for t-shirts. Oh my God. No, he got what he did. In fact, he need to get more. The man supposed to get hypertension. That kind of level, when they go pressure and when they go to get hypertension.
I know. I believe the man will soon travel, because this kind of heat that he got, no, he will travel. He will travel because anytime there's so much stress, he just travel, go and take some fluids to keep him going, you know. So these guys, people want to stress him. I should not have jet. Now that he's president, he will not have his jet. No be that kind of person. No. He's not like Boo Boo. Boo Boo sometimes doesn't worry about those things. You know, he wants to just go for his cattle and go to Niger State, you know. But not this guy. This guy, he wants to fly Air Force One. That's what I want to. So at the end of the day, he's going to, after some time, he will just go and chill out. Then his wife will now post, she should tell us whether her farm has grown. You know, give us.
You don't know what wife talking. If I say the husband fight for democracy for Nigeria, now say yes, we see the work when he do. He fights out of jealousy and envy for the military, because when he fight that time, he aim now to I want to reach there so that myself go fit chop my own. That was all his purpose of fighting.
Fight with them, fight what? He didn't fight anything. Fight what? When they were running drug moves, say fight. He didn't fight anything. You know. So because he fought democracy, we should not give her private jet. It's you know, well, I don't blame them. You know, I don't blame them. They're eating Nigerians people's money now. What can we do? Can't beat them. It's sad. It's a sad situation, but that's what. Let's see. They said October 1st is the next time for protest, according to them. So,
October 1st. And for me, personally, I'm not a support of always announcing for protest. Honestly, it's
I
always
think I
better
told
to
you that time. I
say,
told you this announcement.
no, me,
Re-protest.
I've never supported the idea of announcing. But then again, when I thought about it, I was like,
Mm.
any sensible governor, when you have the privilege of getting an announcement, what that man should have done was ensure that the protest does not even take place in the
But
first place.
why do people just assume that somebody is sensible? That word you use is sensible government. Sensible is the
It's not sensible,
adjective.
but they chose to announce it, right? Which is okay, fine. They chose to announce it, but the point is, what did they do? They are not sensible. We know they are dumb, right?
That
Okay,
dumb
so
now, you know that already.
exactly.
So
So no,
there's
so
no
okay,
need
you
to
know what?
assume it.
Let's act like we have sense. What are they asking for? Okay, let's even no. The man doesn't care. So this one don't tell Nigerians say they don't care. So I'm wondering, why are you announcing again for October 1st?
There's no
It
need
did
to
not make
announce
sense.
protest. No make sense. Because announcing a protest to somebody like that, they will put everything in motion. Everything in motion. And they will just, what they used was instrument of fear. If you come out, the military come out, warn everybody. DSS come out, warn everybody. So people go they fear. The only people that were not afraid are the North. They didn't care. They say, what will you do? So if you do anyhow,
But
you
the
see
South
anyhow.
came out, I have to say, I have to give it to the South. Edo people came out, Port Harcourt people came out.
Yeah, yeah.
Which other place? Lagos State for the first 2 days or 3 days came out.
Yeah.
Which other place? I don't know where else, but they came out, right? But the difference between the North and the South is that the North don't have fear. There's no fear.
No
They,
fear.
they have this, they don't fear. Once that courage, once they're ready, they don't care what the consequences are. That's the difference that I saw. In the
Yeah.
North, right, there's a love for life, there's a cherish for life. They're like, no, let me not go and put myself, let me be careful, let me do this, let me do, right? But then again, you can explain that to, you can excuse that to the fact that the North has been, the South has been victimized greatly when it comes to
And
protests.
yeah, and they did the NSAS, and
Exactly.
NSAS protest was massive in Lagos, but nothing in the North, because the
Exactly.
North couldn't relate with it. They
Exactly.
couldn't
But they didn't
relate.
have, they don't know what NSAS is. They don't
Yeah,
do
they don't even
NSAS for
understand what
them.
NSAS means. Yeah,
Exactly.
because they don't experience police brutality there. They don't experience. They may experience it, but it's not like it is down in the south. So they
They
could
don't.
not connect. So it's the only thing they connected was its hunger. That hunger was a general sorting. All man was sorted. If he's this they say this one are general sorting. Hunger is sorting everybody, whether you are
Exactly.
big, small, even this guy. If Dangote tells us how much he has lost in just these few shenanigans he has had with government, do you know what is on his neck? The money he has borrowed, and these people they are toying. When the rich is crying like this, it means that the money he has borrowed, the billions, that thing can keep a man restless, because it is his whole establishment. Not that I fancy him as an individual or something. I don't know him. I can't hate him, but I don't. He's a monopolist. You got me? Just like his friend Bill Gates. Microsoft. They think in monopoly thinking, but when a man is stressed like this, that he had to play that card, he had to play that mortar card. That card, he has known that card since, just that he doesn't talk about it, because everybody faces their business. But for him to use that card and play, it means that people that he has borrowed money from are on his neck, and he doesn't want his whole business empire to be collapsed by one person's pen, by government policy. That's the problem with Nigeria. Government will just take a policy and just one pen will just sink like 20 companies, and people will just lose jobs. People just lose jobs, and that's what's been happening. You know, companies are just leaving Nigeria in droves, and that leaving Nigeria in droves means that many people are losing jobs, more people on the hunger market. So hunger is doing general sorting from big to small. Actually, there's no big man in Nigeria again. There's no middle class. It's collapsed. You know,
there should be no big man. In a sane society, the idea of billionaire is actually from a place of greed and gluttony. No one person should have that much money. It's a crime. It should be a crime. Because what that does is the man is usurping every other person's opportunity and capitalizing on it and becoming the government's golden boy. No.
Yeah, but that's where that's where if you have good governance, the basics of life are provided. All right. Water, light, shelter, security, and opportunities. That's what that's government rule. So yes, there can be 1 or 2 billionaires that capitalize on leverages that governments give them, but the majority
I reject that very idea that can be 1 or 2. I'm sorry, I still reject that whole idea.
But
If you want
we
to
are
know, you can be
we don't live in perfect
can-
societies globally.
No,
That's what I'm just
no.
trying to say.
We have to be calling for that. So now, math they call something to become. Okay, so we need a society that is sane. If you're gonna have that much money, I'm not against you making money as much as you want on your own credibility. As long as you not go take person home, you not go buy
No, I'm
another
talking of
person just
legitimate
because
business
or
now.
ad. They make your money, no problem. They make your money, right? But not to their and make sure say when you they make that money, they pay back to the communities. What we have is you have a lot of people when they call themselves billionaires, maybe 1 or 2. They don't give back to their society. They don't. Instead, they'll turn to charitable organization to outsider than their own people. Somebody like Dangote, for instance, you see the madness when they see for the north, it's not supposed to happen. I'm telling you. But because he too is compromised, there's only so much you can do. You cannot, you see now, not being governor, the government, they follow do do me, I do you back for the whole world to see. That's not normal. I beg me, I'm tired of billionaires who don't have any sense of empathy. Nigerian billionaires, they are just like the wicked politicians and the wicked people that we have in Nigeria. No difference. They are not impacting lives in any way. They are not making anybody's life better in any way. Even when you work for their companies, they are the most vile bosses to work for because they feel like you're inferior. You're under their feet. Have you ever been to Nigerian companies, Nigerian-owned businesses?
But it's because of the society. This is the way society.
That's what I'm talking about. But if you are at that level, if you get to that level, then you should be able to imbibe certain culture. For instance, I give you an example. Guarantee Trust Bank. This man, there was a man called Uncle T, who was the MD at the time. He's passed away now. I can't remember his name, but they used to call him Uncle T. That man brought a same culture into the banking system. I had friends and relatives that work for bank GTB. There, man, they were balling. They were working like people who work outside. Like we're having a good balanced lifestyle. Uncle T had an open door policy. If you had any issue, doesn't matter if you were the cleaner or whatever, you could walk up to Uncle T's office and talk to him. And he didn't believe in Sa, Ma, all those kind of things. He said people should call people by their first names. He was insisting people call him by the first name. People were like, Nigerians are respect, 5 and 6, respect when the carriers go anyway. But okay, still respect. He now said, okay, people now insisted that they're going to call him Uncle T. They can't just call him his name, first name. That's how that name Uncle T came about. It was a first name basis in that institution. GT Bank was one of the best places to work. There was there was subsidized lunch for the workers. If you go and buy food, no matter how much money you collect, you must chop. Sometimes Uncle T will go to the cafeteria and pay for everybody's food. Until the new owners now came, the person that they said the father had the most shares, the guy, very egotistical human being, very vile, wicked son of a bitch, now took over because Papa gave most of the shares. Shebi he invited Davido to come and sing on his birthday in Italy that day. Wicked human being, Hitler himself. So please, see, anybody can transform anything. It just GT Bank never used to bribe. You see that taxes, they used to pay their taxes. Under Uncle Tio, they will pay their taxes. They refused to be part of the bribery mercenization that was going on in Nigeria as business owners. They refused. So the government used to bill them higher taxes and they used to pay. See, you can change the culture in a place if you want to. And if you have the capacity to, you can. But the problem is that Nigerians themselves are wicked. Most of this, your so-called rich people, look at this man, that tomato paste man. Wickedness of the eye, on top of the fact that the man are illiterate. In fact, so not be illiteracy even make him be the wicked. He's just a wicked person. There are people who did not go to school at all, but they are the kindest people. But this man is vile in his spirit. Look at what he did to a pregnant woman. That's the problem we're talking about. You can change the culture in a place if you're in a position to make your own bid. Everybody wanted to work in GT Bank. Everybody at that time. Everybody wanted to get in one way or the other because it was one of the best places to work in Nigeria. You can't say the same of it today. Because it's been run by people who are wicked themselves, who do not relate with the sufferings of the people, who see you as less than. Guess what? GT Bank then, they didn't used to hire people who went to school abroad. They gave first slot to people who went to school in Nigeria. That was the first thing. If you go to school in Nigeria, you're getting in first before any other person. So as you were working in GTB at the time, the story as I was told, most people from different parts of the schools in Nigeria were working in GT Bank. When this other person took over, guess what now started happening? This man started hiring only people that went to school abroad. So those when they go to school for Nigeria, they didn't have opportunities anymore. If at all you wanted to work, they will only give you job as a contract staff.
Wow.
I'm telling you. And the contract staff, they pay them peanuts. So you see the problem? These are people who hate themselves. They come from wealthy homes, but they hate the very essence of who they are. And then they're trained overseas where they learn about only Oyibo things, only Oyibo history, so to them, their own don't mean anything. They are ready to sell their brother out, even buy their brother for the love of Oyibo. This same person when don't take over TTB Bank now, when run and down to shit. That man come Stanford one time, they say one come do one talk. I'm not quick know about him. I wanted to go and tell him what I've been hearing from his people. But I didn't find out on time. I wanted to go and take the mic and ask him questions. Very wicked human being. Please, everybody has the capacity to change the culture. If you have a business, whatever capacity you're running things from. If you're a wicked person, you're a wicked person. If you cannot change it at the lower level, there's no way you will change it at the top. Forget. That's why Peter Obi said that the only thing that the leaders have given is wickedness. That cuts across religious, cuts across private businesses in Nigeria, cuts across everywhere in Nigeria. Even small nash, they shake, chaos, small business owner. You need to see the way they treat their staff. Actually, I saw a video of a woman that was putting her girls, the designer, makeup girls, putting them on video, abusing them, that they don't know the way she was talking to them. It's a problem.
I know.
Nigerians need to look inward.
Society behavior.
Is a problem.
Societal behaviors, that become, and then we celebrate these people. You get me?
Exactly.
We celebrate these people,
Look at
but
that
they have,
GT Bank guy. Now he invited Davido to come and play.
yeah.
And people were there, and he not do the party for Nigeria. He went to Italy. You see the resources when they take go there. Not be Nigeria supposed to they enjoy that whole resource when they carry go Italy, go do
And
birthday.
then after doing that, he then sacked them. He then give
Exactly.
them sack letter. I think there's one that Hussein was talking about. That's what Hussein. There's one Hussein was talking about. Which he did a report on that really stressed him. Yeah, I think was it GTB or one of the banks. He called them out that they did an end of year party. You get me? They invited. They spent billions. Invited people. After the end of year party, the guy he now sacked many workers. That December, sacked people after giving them end of year party, and he sacked them without proper severance package.
I
No
won't be
severance.
surprised if it is GT Bank, because that's what that
Maybe
man
it's it.
does. A
Yeah,
lot of
would they
people
talk,
were fired. A lot of people were. This man started hiring only foreign trained people.
would they talked about it? Would they talked about
It's
it?
GT Bank. It's GT.
Yeah.
Useless son of a bitch. I said it.
Would
He's a
they
useless
talked about?
son of a bitch. That man
I
is
didn't know.
evil.
Maybe it's the guy that Hussein was talking about. So Hussein
I'm
had
sure
to,
it's him. Useless
Hussein would,
people. All these
yeah,
people that have wealthy children, send them to go to school abroad only to learn the ways of their colonialists. Come back to Nigeria, be self-hating on their own people, be treating them. GT Bank now became like house boy, house girl mentality. People were I had friends in GT Bank. They were complaining bitterly. The man turned people to slaves. You want to go home and say, don't go. There was a time rain fell in GT. It was heavy rain. You dare not, as an operations person, then you have to go on the weekend to go and check whatever, whether the ATMs or whatever is working. There was a particular couple in that heavy rain. The man could not go. It was a man's turn. He went with his wife and his unborn child. The man, plus the wife, plus the unborn child, the water carried them go. All of them on alive.
wow.
Wicked. See, if we're going to deal with the system, right, it will be from top to bottom. That's it. You're not going to look anybody face. You have to deal with people. The wickedness is not here. It's not just even about Tinubu. Forget, because if the people had a good mind, first of all, Tinubu no go fit enter because judiciary go block am. INEC go block am. You know, we even reach stage when we say we'll come they get this conversation. It shows you the innate nature of Nigerians. Wickedness. Because I see no reason why they will give you $100 for you to capitulate your future and your destiny. How much that $100 be today? They never chop and finish. So it's something that if they need to carry Isaiah with broom, and soak am with another thing, take and wipe those people. I'm telling you. I'm telling you seriously. Because most of these people, and again, I'm sorry, but most of these people who go to school abroad and come back to Nigeria, before you come back to Nigeria, first of all, they need to check your brain. They need to check your state of mind. They need to check your perception about your people before you're even hired. Because most of these people are self-hating Nigerians. Self-hating. They will come back without their nonsense knowledge when they go collect. Come they dump. Don't get me wrong. I have some education here as well. But I know who I am. I understand the difference. Do you understand? But most of these people don't. As long as they don't feel develop that their nonsense accent. They don't feel say they don't feel they relate with this thing. They won't come they lord them over you for Nigeria. I get friends for Nigeria when they tell me this thing. I get friends when I go school with, when I no come up for Nigeria, when they work for some of these institutions, when they share their experience with me. It's not fun. It is demonic. That your own people that you know so okay, they don't see racism, they don't see as it be, that they hear the news, They know what they happen. When they will come back home, say, okay, my people, make I even make a better for my people. No. It be like say they go learn how to turn their people to slaves. All
To be
the
more,
knowledge they supposed to get now to go learn how to turn their people to slaves, come back, create business, or come they speak English. They'll come they use accent, they talk, or they say your English is not correct, or they correct their English, they talk as if English now they make people brilliant. If I a lot of things I'm very angry with that I cannot really say here. It's very frustrating. They'll come back on you are not they treat Nigerians for house like saying a rag that they deal with. They go they disrespect them. They go they abuse them. They tell them things like, oh, you cannot amount to anything. This same freaking people when they go school, when their parents they send go abroad, go school. Then now they come back on they chook hand for Nigerians and they bring out their useless attitude and all those nonsense behavior when they learn. They go bring and come Nigeria, come use and wreck people for Nigeria.
It's just attitudes and behavior. I think David Hundeyi talked about it in one of his podcasts where he was that the guy wanted, because of the write up, he had to, because they were, it's a very nice podcast. I don't know, it was done by one of his associates that's an African lady. I've forgotten her name. So he really explained how he started and what made him to even run away from Nigeria. It was because of that bank guy. He ran away from Nigeria because he gave a report about the guy that, they create. It's his report that exposed the guy that he created a end of year thing, but he did not give people proper severance package, and yet he invited top artists for their blah 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 blah, and so the guy basically chased Hundeyi out of Nigeria. Basically chased him.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if me.
That was the early stages of Hundeyi.
He's a Hitler.
Yeah, you wouldn't say he had to run away because this guy was any media person that just does anyhow, the guy will just, So I was trying to know who is this bank person is talking about. I was trying to know who the person is. He coded it well a bit. But
that's what they do. Most of these people, that's the problem again in Nigeria. Person go get small money, they go want use their money to intimidate people.
They will oppress
their own. You go they lock people up. Apparently, they go they just throw people into jail. They go lock them up for getting.
Yeah.
Tell me how wicked, how evil can one be? Person go complain, you go throw him into jail. Not be waiting this man, this Teen Tomatoes man, they want to do to this girl.
Recently,
how many Nigerians are rotting in jail?
Recently,
they get small money past.
There's one pastor, one apostle that arrested one YouTuber, and this YouTuber is a mature guy that was talking a bit about a few things that he was, a few of the things he was doing, and like play, they arrest the guy, lock him up. Seriously, it's something that has been trending. Lock the guy up. So the guy came out after a few people, put up bail conditions for him to go. Then the guy came out and said, wow, he met a lot of people in prison, in those cells and in Abuja. And most of them, you get me, people just lock them up. No, nothing. They just lock them up. And then the person doesn't have anybody. That there's this guy is an orphan. He doesn't have anybody. Somebody just, and they will lock the person up for false accusations.
That's what Very Dark Man also said now. When Very Dark Man, they locked him up in jail. He made connection with some, he now said, he came out and he talked about the same thing. In fact, one of the videos that he did was it's so annoying. You have small money because you have somebody. You just go and lock people up. Nollywood actresses are doing it, actresses and actors. Anybody
Why
when just
doing
get
that?
small money, when no person like this, the person offend you, don't go carry am, lock the person up. It's heartbreaking. It's
What?
heartbreaking.
Why should people be doing that now in Nigeria? And it's because the system is so corrupt to allow that. That if somebody just has money, he just collect police, go and lock up that person because I hate his face. Like seriously, it's so annoying. Like so you see, the problem is so ingrained that yes, we're looking for one stop shop, one magic wand, but at the end of the day, it comes down to that thing we're saying. If we have a right leader that knows the rule of law, we apply the rule of law, a lot of these things will just stop happening. You get me? Every country that has developed has had a leader that says, you know what, enough is enough of this nonsense. Enough is enough. Sanitize it from top bottom. When I think of this, I just say, I don't know. What happened? Because Obi Dati would have done this business. I'm just thinking of Dati as vice president. Like, you can't dey mumu. You can't dey mumu for where? Where Dati dey? Kai, No. Who will come and bring jeep for them to approve? Where would that happen? Police will misbehave. How?
Well, I don't know. When Nigerians supposed fight for Peter Obi to enter, and everybody was and to be honest with you,
This man
alone,
prophesied it. He said, "Where do you buy bread cheap? Tell me where you buy bread cheap." He knew that the problem would be hunger. He knew. He said, "Tell me where you buy it cheap. I will go and buy it." Because it is going to see, Omoye, I've said it again, and I'll say it. This hunger is just part 1. Part 2 is coming. Please, I advise, if you have small garden, plant something, no. Because this jeep and this private this new aircraft where they don't buy, the money they are borrowing, what are they borrowing it against? It's against people's future. It's against Nigeria's future funds. They are borrowing against us. How many years?
They talk, they come. They talk. Just
how many years those Tinubu have? They are borrowing against Nigeria's funds to enjoy for 8 years and pack what they want and give to their cronies. So Nigerians, wake up. Wake up from slumber. Wake up from sleeping. Demand good governance. Truly, Nigerians demand good governance. Demand it. It can't be in the House of Assembly sharing money. In all this, President did not tell you, I'm halving my salary. All this thing, half salary, to show a show of faith with the Nigerian people. No. They are borrowing more. They are adding more. Agbabi says he's going to be enjoying while people are on the street in his air condition, drinking Kool-Aid. And he said it and he did it. We are supposed to tell him, no, enough is enough. You can't continue like that. They did not even give any goodies. Throughout this thing they have not given Nigerians anything to say this is what to do. they only get small rice and give to Nigerian people. Well, yeah, they can steal all they can. Victory all the way. Yes, they can steal all they can, but it's unfortunate that every money they are borrowing must be paid. That is the truth. So even if you put in Peter Obi, if you put in anybody that comes after, that money that has been borrowed will be paid. And except we stem the bleeding of the economy, there's no way out. Even this thing affects the diaspora, because if you are sending $50 now, for the same thing, you send $150. For the same thing, you send $150, and yet it will not be sufficient. So everybody is affected. Everybody is affected by bad governance. Everybody. When there's lack of security in a place, you know, how can even people in the diaspora travel and, you know, with safety in their mind when communities are already ravaged? More people are hungrier. More people are hungrier than ever before. You know, more people are hungrier than ever before. So it's a call to Nigerians to wake up. You know, the only way for change of government, like I've always said, is going to happen in 2027. But we are not even, you know, we are not even thinking and, you know, collaborating with regards to 2027. And then by the time we get closer to it, we want to now do fire brigade approach. It will not work. Unfortunately, it will not work. So I hope things will work out for Nigerians. But from the look of things, it's hard. Omoye, are you here?
I'm here. Oh, I'm just back now.
Yeah.
Thank you for holding the floor down. I know
No,
we will
it's
continue to talk about this matter.
we'll have to keep talking, but like I said, my own was just, I'm just tired of the bigotry. It's getting a bit out of hand, and
We need to be shutting it down. We need to tell ourselves, we need to actually get to a point now where we need to be shutting it down. Anytime anybody is around you and is being bigoted, shut it down. We don't need it right now. We need everybody to come together so we can get our shit together. Okay? We don't have to love each other to be able to respect it. We don't have to. Okay, if you don't love me, no problem. You don't have to love me. Where? Because you work in a company, it's not everybody in a company that you love. There are people, colleagues that you have, you can't stand. But when work reach, now go do the work for the result, the end goal.
That's
it. So we need to tell ourselves.
There must be self-respect, and you know, we must appreciate, you know, we must appreciate the beauty of our country. It's a beautiful country. We must appreciate the beauty of our nation, the diversity of the nation. Our diversity is actually our strength.
Exactly.
And if we appreciate our diversity, appreciate our diverse cultural groups, diverse, you know, people groups, the way we our mannerisms are different and diverse. That's the beauty of the nation of Africa, of Nigeria. So we cannot afford to start coming low where they want us to come to. Because if we come low, it has never augured well with any country. Never, ever. Countries that must succeed. Today, Rwanda is a tourist destination. That same Rwanda has been transformed because a man decided to say, you know what? We are Rwandans. I don't care whether it's Hutu or Tutsis. And he began a real deep reformation. Real deep reformation. Yes, they say, oh, he wants to extend his stay. I say that's fine. So far as he has got the country working, that people now say visit Rwanda. Visit Rwanda. And I wonder, was it not a few years ago? You know, was it not a few years ago? Now, you know. Yeah, it's true.
You're right. I mean, even if at the end of the day, the truth is that what these leaders don't understand, you can remain a leader for life if the system is working. Nobody
Exactly.
cares.
Exactly.
Nobody cares. Who wants to do the job of being the only person that all these people all over the world are reaching out to?
Do
That's
you know
not
that?
easy work to do.
Do you know that? Do you know that the UK created a deal with Rwanda to move some people, some migrants
Refugees,
to?
some
Yeah,
migrants, yeah.
that's a deal, oh, a deal.
Yeah,
That means they will pay him.
yeah.
They pay Rwanda to take this. So you ask people that come from Rwanda, the place is the guy has revamped economy.
But I have a problem with that though. The fact that they're dumping migrants there, it's going to be a problem in a couple of generations. I don't support that idea. I'm sorry. If the migrants that they were bringing were even with, they're within Africa and all of that. Question is, what are they doing for sensitization for those people that are coming as migrants? Are they telling them the history of the place? Are they letting them know that you're visitors, so that it is written in their history how they came about? Because what is happening, it may just turn out to be the same thing that will come round to destroy them
But
and
the
wipe
deal has been
away their.
the deal has
I
been
understand.
stopped.
I understand the deal. I have a problem with that deal. Any society in Nigeria, I would go kick against it in Nigeria if that were to. Let's say we have a good president. Let's say Peter Obi is the president now, and he says he wants to sign a deal with these people. Say they will bring migrants. Lie, I go protest, because this thing is going to in a few generations. Those same people, when they become migrants, they go turn around, they come turn to king for your
I
house.
know, I
Do you
know.
understand? And
Yeah,
especially say
it
that
has.
they will not be the same color like you. All these people will be saying anywhere they go, they want their fishing and they get right to occupy certain. But I don't understand. See, most of these Oyibo people, when they do things, they do and with plan in mind. It not be
Yeah, I
like
know.
us. We
I
go
know.
just do things with clean mind. African person, the natural state of an African man, if to say all this Oyibo people not infiltrate and everything, is a state of kindness naturally. I'm telling you, for a black
We
person,
are very
for an African
receptive
person,
people.
kindness. That's one we see. They see people like, oh, they're the human being, treat them as. That's so be the natural state of Africa. These people don't they think like that before they
They don't-
decide say they want to they send their migrants and refugees to their countries, right? They don't think that thing. They don't discuss them. They don't talk about. There's an underground. There's a fine print.
Of
Now,
course.
yes, decades later, you come they find out say, oh, one thing. And again, I don't want to wetin dem dey call am. I don't want to dey clap for dis Rwanda people, because they themselves there another issue dey wey be say e relate to Congo and all of that. I no
Yeah.
fit give, because people dey even dey come out now dey talk say e be like say dey get deal wey dey strike wey be say dey go allow their own country thrive to the detriment of wetin dey happen for Congo today. So I'm very hesitant now to dey compare. We now make me say all this Africanism. Abeg, I don't want hear again. I don't want hear until you clean your house, until you put your house in order. Now you go dey think about how you want to align with another person. Until then, even now, me no go gree make Mali or Burkina Faso say they wan align with us. I go say make una no try am. Make una, and they understand am. So guess what? Their leaders, dey kick again. And how many times they beg them make dem come back to ECOWAS? They say who sigh, who dash, what's that, what's ECOWAS? Do you understand? They are standing their ground. Because I don't want them to, because they go infiltrate, they go take advantage, they go, who know whether they don't blow something for air for that ECOWAS when they say they enter now, then they say they come they think upside down. See what they happen for Senegal. Those two young boys when they enter, when we dey think say, oh, they come, we don't know say na they strike for back. See them now, they come, they talk from two sides of their mouths. See, there's so many things that Omo, I don't tire this whole African, Pan-African, we hang the thing for backyard. All these African people now, they same them, now then they within, you see now, for that ECOWAS now, your bar, some people, they do for back, when they all dey see ECOWAS meeting where they hold, now only Oyibo people food here. For African meeting, where it concern Africa, wetin Oyibo people they do for there? All of them, when they come there that day, they know they live for Africa. So when you think, when you see all these things now, you know when you don't know something, you can't know it. When your eye has been open to something, you cannot unsee it.
Victory all the way is asking you a question. I don't know if you have answer for
I
it.
never answer. I just dey talk.
Where is Yaya Bello? They're asking you where is Yaya Bello. Maybe you know the answer.
Yaya Bello. Okay. Yaya Bello dey for, I hear say he dey for him village. The guy dey chill. He don buy new car now. He dey test drive and I not see him. I hear say the guy is moving. He's enjoying himself. Oh. Yaya Bello is still in he dey Kwara State, not be Kwara State. I be here. He's Jolofin. So that's where he is.
Gandola.
Exactly. The Ganduje guy, I mean, na Gandola. Na Ganduje, I be Gandola. Whichever one. He say that the name
Gandola is the scientific name. Gandola is the scientific name.
Oh, because he was sharing from his Agbada.
Yes.
When I visited Qatar in 2022, I was then asking if we're really PS.
So this is I don't know, maybe it's groundnut oil.
Groundnut even good. When we dey export groundnut that time, we dey even dey see the results. You know, so we get groundnut pyramid for Nigeria that time. Different states where they produce different things. Remember, we even dey make.
Please, when you talk of pyramid, I remember Buhari's rice pyramid. Where that pyramid is?
Oh my God.
This country is a funny country. Where's Buhari's rice pyramid? That thing look like scam. Where's Buhari's rice pyramid? I think people are hungry. They should bring out the rice pyramid now. Let us see where this thing just. It's like
they sell that thing for market. You're shocked. They don't repackage and sell it to their.
It's like that thing was just used for Twitter feed. After some time, rice pyramid disappear. We don't know where rice go. You know? God. What country is rice pyramid?
Hey, Victor, you said Julius Abure should be arrested, and is he not part of the structure? I won't arrest him. Who wants to arrest him now?
Julius Abure.
See all of them. They are all working pari passu. Hand they touch. All of them they collect envelope for their email addresses. All these people, you don't know the extent of the reach of this Balabu. The man, he's rich. You'll be shocked. There are politicians that are running for election right now in different in states elections that are being sponsored by him. The truth will come out eventually. There are people that are running for governorship right now that are being sponsored by Agbado single-handedly.
Yeah, the person running in Edo State is sponsored by him, the Edo guy.
You say?
The Edo APC guy is sponsored by him
now. He's not the only one though. Be surprised, my brother. The truth will come out. Now here we go deal. We'll come talk the matter. My brother, nothing good though. Nothing good. Well, literally, it's a demonic entity. Nothing can. It's all lamba and propaganda. Yep. Sonny say Nigeria na photo. Nigeria supposed to Netflix with series, unending series. You say Nigeria, the series. They just dey play am. from the beginning of their sham independence. Nigeria is not free. Oh. It's not free at all. Nigeria are like a slave colony. So they go say make they encourage them to born children. So when they born those children, you go frustrate the life out of them so that they don't get choice but to run away, so that they will use them for cheap labor. That is what I'm sorry, this is my own perception. I could be wrong, but this is what I feel is going on. Because all of us when they here, so we suppose in our own different capacity, we suppose they change the dynamics in our communities. We are here. What will they do for you? The get where you go reach, they no go even promote you reach the level where you need to reach, because they no want make you reach there. But in your own country, you can be everything that you want to be if the system was structured correctly. Kene say groundnut oil can bring money. Exactly. We agree. Malaysia using palm oil to build. Yep. If it's well done, it can. Groundnut there's money in ground. You know, say the groundnut for Nigeria, you go get different ingredients when it dey inside. When it not dey for other. I can't eat any other groundnut. Now Nigerian groundnut I dey eat. I can't eat any other type. The other type no dey taste the same for my mouth. I can't remember the last time I went to the store and buy groundnut from this side. Like it has to be Nigerian groundnut. The fire has invited Monday. Okay, we dey wait now. Tomorrow na Monday. We go see whether
Who is
e show up.
Monday?
Monday for APC for Edo State. Mona come live. Mona come laugh.
Rifa has invited Monday to come on Monday.
It will be a day. That guy will not show up. You want to bet? If he does,
Monday no answer.
comedy will leave. That guy knows nothing. He's a dumb. Cannot hold a conversation. That guy not go school. He not go school at all.
But they don't care.
Yes.
They don't care whether they go school or not.
Guess what?
You know,
See,
I remember
common
I remember
sense.
I remember Adelabu, Adedibo, he's late now. He says, so far as the person can sign check, that's what matters. You know, when they were telling him that why is it he was doing godfatherism, why is he supporting this person? He said, so far as the person can sign check, can the person sign check? That's all. So far as Monday can sign check, and that's it. You know.
Exactly. Do you understand? Oh, the man cannot hold a conversation. As in, you are asking him a question, he's answering another thing.
Oh, Omoye, what do you want conversation? Your president said that he does teamship. Your president himself, did he hold conversation? You asked him of his name, they gave him paper to tell you his age. They asked him in Chatham House, how old are you? They gave him paper. He answered from that paper. You ask him, he give this person, say, I'm doing teamship. What is whole conversation? Nigerian politician doesn't want conversation. Your president told us that na statistics will chop. They don't do conversation. Money is what matters. You know, they are in a cult, so unfortunately, that's just it.
Politicians don't pot go APC. I hear for Anambra State, most of them don't. God, I beg you. And I don't know who Pius Ayim is. I guess you guys will know.
Pius Ayim was a former Senate president.
Okay.
During time.
So you buy made in Malaysia palm oil. Now we supposed to import all those ones.
Yeah. Malaysia is called Carotina. It's very good. It's well processed.
Not be Nepa bid, Buhari to become president. True, na Nepa bill. Jokes aside. Na Nepa bill to become president. Victory.
I I don't understand the no be NEPA
He say
bill.
no whether no be NEPA bill, Buhari take become president. How? Victor Abeg explain. I no understand. Nigeria, oh God abeg. Let this be the worst Nigeria has ever been. Anything else than this, we were in problem. Let this be the worst Nigeria has ever been. Let them say when Nigerians were busy fighting, he no get set. Okay, what he means is that he doesn't have a certificate.
Yeah, he doesn't now. That one is true now. Which of them have ever had certificate? None of them.
You people are being run by bandits and 419 people, illiterates. That's why they see it's the leaders that you have that they project on you. That's why they don't
No.
consider you people seriously in the world.
See,
That means
when
South
he
Africa
said
they abuse you now. Don't want you people to represent
when
them.
he said na statistics go chop, the person near him was a son. I think that son, is it from your place or where? Where is that son from?
Is it Ezekome? Or
No,
Zekome?
the other guy, the aviation minister of aviation.
No, Dino Melai. What's his name again?
That noisemaker.
This guy's name. Hey, what's this asshole's name?
Yeah, he's a very popular guy now.
Yeah, what's his name? Wetin dem dey call the guy name? Oh, the son wey be aviation minister now. Keyamo. Is Keyamo from my side?
Keyamo is not. Is it Delta or Edo? One of them.
I can't remember. He's Delta.
Is either
Okay.
Delta or Edo.
Okay, he say he's Delta.
Yeah,
And we
so
get bad leaders to go around now. You get bad leaders for Nigeria.
Keyamo was by his side that day when he said, "Now statistics will go chop import export, importer exporter." That's what they say, and Keyamo was laughing like a fool.
Like a fool. I remember that.
So the question I ask is, Keyamo, that is supposed to be a son, is allowing a non-certified human being talk, and then it was very cringy. That when I picture it, the laugh was not authentic. You can see that it's like somebody that has to laugh because he has to laugh. They've told everybody on that stage to laugh. Whatever he says, laugh. Kenyamo's father is Urobo. Why his mom is Yoruba? Why are they not creating bigotry for them?
Oh.
You see, they do that for only, they set those things in motion for the population. That's why we should not come down to their level. Because everybody, there's one or two intermarriages in families. So you cannot afford to be bigotry. Even in Tinubu's family, there will be a Yoruba Igbo relationship there. So cannot afford to be bigotry.
They can't. Say Keyamo na charge and be lawyer. Keyamo was an activist before. Maybe they say he was fighting alongside Gani Fawehinmi at the time.
Yes.
So the question is, how did he change from being a stooge of Gani to a complete asshole? That's the question. How? That means it was never in him to be.
It was never in him.
Activist.
You see,
it was never in him.
It was never in him.
It was
You
all
see,
noise for him to get close.
Yeah,
to
many people in Nigeria, unfortunately, many people in Nigeria, it was all noise. It's just that we never knew about it. This election has exposed everybody. All man don't level. So now this election has showed that there are people that they were hiding behind what they were not.
Yes.
You get me? What they are not, whether religious, political, whatever, traditional. Nah, they are all this. They are all in the same boat.
Yes.
Just that you never knew about it. But this showed Exactly, stomach infrastructure. Look at that one that was having wanted to fight this boy on the stage on Arise TV at that time.
Fayose.
No, Fayose, it's actually your brother. Oh. This one today is your brother. What's his name? Obiapolo or something.
Obiapolo. I don't know who that is.
If you see him and Rufai for Arise TV, oh my God, he almost say, "Do you know
Onokpasa? Is he Edo? I don't know. I don't know.
Is that name not Edo?
I don't know. You know the variations of Edo. So okay, so he's Edo. He's Delta. He's Delta. I said it.
Is he Delta?
Onokpasa is, yeah. Okay, so he's Delta. Victory are sharp. You know all the names by Urobo. He's Urobo. Yeah.
Yeah, he's Delta.
Yeah.
He's Delta. So, well,
Sorry,
you know, Delta and Edo. I think Delta and Edo was former Bendel now.
Yeah, they were former Bendel.
Yeah, they were former Bendel. So this guy had problem with.
I don't know what you mean by that. Go ahead. All your attempts to say "na my brother," Siam, you don't.
I've succeeded. Finally, I've succeeded. He's our brother. Okay, let's use our brother. So this guy and Rufai had serious issue because Rufai was trying to tell him that, you know, Rufai is very cutting. Rufai just told him, hey, that the economy has tanked. That was like months ago. He said, no, you cannot say that. You cannot start driving this. It almost caused fight too. It was really bad. One of the most heated, you know, arguments between Rufai and these APC goons. So the guy was saying, you cannot do this. Tinubu is doing this. Tinubu is doing that. They holla. Say it affects. Say, you know, it will not come down to Rufai's level. That he just wants to talk with Ruben Abati and Ayo. That Ayo is his sister, you know, sister-in-law basically. But Ayo married, I think, a Delta guy. So, but he trusts Rufai. Rufai no saint. Rufai just gave him voto. So recently, this week, this same Onokpasa started crying out like a baby, exactly. That Tinubu's government is rubbish. Say, oh, this guy is an APC guy. Oh. This guy is a staunch APC. He abused Bajabiamila. He said the whole thing is rubbish, this, that. So Anna looked at him very well. I looked at him. Actually, I was looking at it today. I looked at him, and I saw that the guy don't imitate. Oh.
Ma, bring the video. Come, I don't see
No,
the
serious.
video.
I mean, guys that are watching, please, can you verify this? I looked at his picture when he had with Arise, and I looked at his picture now. I saw that he has emaciated. And I said, this guy is hungry. This guy, hunger.
That the video.
You don't self-correct.
That the video be this. Make us see whether they put them side by side.
See the correct one. See the correct one. See the other one. Don't you see something?
That. Make I play this one for now.
You don't emaciate now.
You see?
No, that's not what I want.
You see?
This is the correct one.
Mr. Onokpasa, I put it to you that you came here to misrepresent the facts today as regards subsidy removal. President Tinubu announced subsidy gone on Inauguration Day. And that was effectively pulling out subsidy. So you say he didn't remove subsidy, quoting the PIA law that had been there for a while, is misrepresentation of the facts. That's number one. Number two, since President Tinubu got in, let me finish, Mr. Nopasa. Let me finish, please. Secondly, since he got in,
don't raise your voice at me, young man. Don't raise your voice at me.
Let me finish, Mr. Nopasa. Let me finish.
I'm your guest.
So since President Tinubu got in,
respect me.
Since President Tinubu got in,
I will
the
walk out of
economy.
the studio if you raise your voice at me.
Mr.
Talk to me
Nopasa,
respectfully.
you may will take your decision if you want to. I'm asking a question. You might decide to walk out if you want to. Mr. Nopasa, since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked. It's at an all-time low as we speak.
It has not. It has not.
Let me finish my question. Mr. Nopasa, let me finish my question.
You are a liar.
Mr. Nopasa, moderate yourself. All right? Moderate yourself.
Do you know what you are doing?
Good.
Listen to me. You're not.
Secondly,
do you know what you are doing?
Since President Tinubu came in, the economy has tanked.
You are pretending to be a journalist.
The indicators
what is
are
the
there.
Matter with you?
Since he
Don't
came
talk
in,
rudely
the
to me,
indicators are
please.
there.
I am
Number
your guest.
one, the
You
cost
will
of the
respect
dollar
me.
to the
What is the
naira.
matter with you?
The cost of the dollar to the naira has tanked tremendously as a result of the fluctuation of the currency. All right, that's one.
Is that Tinubu's fault? Don't you know why naira tanked?
I'm still asking my question. Secondly,
Naira
it's been
tanked
an
because of your friends.
because it's been an all-time malaise in the economy as we speak. Cost of living gone up tremendously. All right, and things are really, really south for the economy. So, in all of this, it's been a slopey downward spiral. What would you have to say about all of this, Mr. Nopasa?
Thank you very much for that question, Rufai Hussaini. Please, Dr. Ruben Abati and my adorable in-law, Mrs. Mairesi. Does anybody have a more reasonable question for me to answer? Because I am not dignifying that insulting question from Rufai with a response. I am not.
Mr. Nopasa, I will see that you're bailing on my question, and it's all right. It's all right for you to bail out if you don't want to answer it. But
I'm
it's
not
all right.
evading your question. Listen,
Please
Rufai,
answer it if you can.
Rufai, you listen to me. This is not animal psychology. It is law. Okay? If you want to be a journalist, you can be a journalist. And you should learn the ropes for those ahead of you.
Mr. Nopasa, answer my question.
Mate. You can never.
Mr. Nopasa, answer the question. Dignify yourself. Mr. Jegud says that dignify yourself and answer the question.
My God.
Dignify yourself
Please,
and answer the question.
can we have peace?
Dignify yourself and answer the
Can we
question.
have peace in the
My
studio?
God.
Can we have peace?
What's wrong with this badly brought up little boy?
Mr. Nopasa, Mr.
How dare you
Nopasa,
disrespect me?
Mr. Nopasa, please calm down.
Mr. Nopasa, I didn't disrespect you for the last. I just asked a question.
Please, Mr. Nopasa.
Dr. Basi, let him answer the question.
Okay, do we end this program now?
Better than
Both
to
of
do
you will
that.
not allow me to talk. Should we end the program? No, there's a breakdown of law and order.
Please, Dr. Basi, go
No,
ahead.
maybe we should just end it.
Dr.
No, we can end it.
No,
Go ahead,
let's
Dr.
go ahead, please.
I'm appealing. Okay, we take a short break.
Oh, no, what else? Rufai Rumble out that day. Now, did you see how he was looking fresh?
Yes, let me pause.
Now, look at him here.
For now. Go ahead.
Just look at his face.
Now, the difference. That's why I played that video. His neck was full in that one, and his face was fuller. Now the thing just shrink.
Hunger don't level all man.
010 90. 010 hunger na your mate. See, I'm not gonna play the other video when they confess. Rufai Rompo, Irompo, you know how they call Royal Rumble, you know, for wrestling that time. You fans of wrestling go know. When they go put people for inside their fighting court or whatever, everybody go fight at the same time. Rufai Royal Rumble the guy to the ground. He stand on top of rope, jump on top of his body, Royal Rumble. See, hunger.
You see, Mr. President, there is most of us supported you because we know your antecedents, what you had done in Lagos. But you see what you did in Lagos you mobilize Lagosians to fix Lagos, which is to be expected. What is more natural than that? However, you cannot mobilize Lagosians to fix Nigeria. You will have to mobilize Nigerians to fix Nigeria. So you cannot form a core of a team, okay, that is basically a Lagosian-based team to fix Nigeria. It does not. It is mathematically incongruous. It's an incongruity. It is expected that you will mobilize a team of Lagosians to fix Lagos. But then, to that same extent, you will just have to mobilize a team of Nigerians to fix Nigeria. You say these Lagosians you brought with you to Abuja to help fix Nigeria. I mean, with respect, they are useless. Useless. Starting with that your chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, the most useless amongst them. You will have to dismantle this team. With respect, my president, you will have to dismantle it and rebuild a true, genuine Nigerian core. It's not just a team in terms of appointment. There are these ministers. No. Your core team must no longer be a Lagosian team. It must be a Nigerian team. Otherwise, we will just continue like this.
Hunger don't level up, man.
Most of them are just interested in making money.
Including
you. They're not interested in your welfare, your political welfare. They are not interested in Nigeria, in moving Nigeria forward. These guys have been parasiting you for decades.
Oh, no. They've been parasiting him for decades. Now.
Forget the things that he has lost in the political gamble now. He has lost that. He should just follow. He should just stay alive and see say hunger. Don't you see his dress? Don't you see his neck? That he has emaciated. You get me?
Can they say his lips are cracked?
Yes, the guy is suffering. I'm not joking. They need to even put some funds together to help him.
Hunger dried the guy body.
The guy hunger now because this is a political jobber. You get me? It's a political jobber.
Like him out too. So they say he do head like person where use broken bottle shave head. Hey God, I beg you. Hey, no wonder they run from now for social media. My God. There was no.
You know when he was making noise? He was making noise. Rufai, don't talk to me. La 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 la. At least Rufai they walk. Rufai is getting his pay. This guy now, after I don't measure all those things, Tinubu still did not recognize you. And do you know how much all these political jobbers they borrow money from bank to run their politics? Only for you to be forgotten by the Lagos gang. You don't lose now. No, they don't cry out. He comes. They won't even invite him to. The funny thing is that he can't even be invited to Arise. So he doesn't have platform. So he has to go YouTube. It's good for him now. It's good for him.
You say he's making Sonny say do head and neck like vulture when they are batwa. Hey God, I beg you. You don't see his vulture for batwa. Making a ministerial job. You think Tinubu is listening to him?
You think Tinubu has time for that person? No, Tinubu has no time. What will he do to Tinubu? Nothing. He can't do anything. Tinubu is president there, so he's speaking. He's speaking from his stomach infrastructure. What he's trying to do is to see whether Tinubu will call him and give him some small money and say, calm down. You say, okay. There's nothing. Because Gbajabiamila is the chief of staff. So Gbajabiamila blocks every other person. Gbajabiamila is collecting money for you to see Tinubu now. That's the way it works.
Wow.
To see Tinubu, you have to pass to Gbajabiamila. There's nothing else. Of course, that's how it works. It happened during the time of Buhari too. To see Buhari, you have to pass to Kyari. So that's how they do it. So when you pass through that person, even so-called ministers, they have to pass through Gbajabiamila. They can't just go and see Mr. President. So when you pass through those people now will collect their own court to give you access. That or you pass through his son, Tinubu's son, the wrong things. So that's how it works. So the guy may have gone through Gbajabiamila. No way. That's why he's accusing Gbajabiamila. So that one is the most useless. Don't lose out. You should just count his losses and just calm down. He should join the queue of hungry Nigerians. That's all.
Yeah. You go shout. You go explain. No, you go explain.
Incongruent. That one I talk to the explain tire.
Go explain tire. Nobody they listen to Ramo because right now Tinubu is under pressure. Nigerians want squeeze the life out of Tinubu. He not know say that Nigeria won't come. You see that squeeze where they squeeze, Nigerians don't put pressure on the man. I sure say that man is sick. He don't sick. He need to go Paris very soon. May go recharge his battery because Nigerians don't squeeze the small freshness when they gather. They don't squeeze her out of her. Yeah? They give her to her woto. I'm not sure that man, he don't talk and say no run from social media because na abuse after abuse. The handler, the person wey go dey handle Tinubu Twitter, that person has a lot of work cut out for him. That's why he go dey block, dey delete.
No, nobody knows that there's just people are just tired. So, but it's amazing, just under how many months where this guy the hunger will hit this guy. That's serious one.
I know that's serious. No, they're all over the society
because they don't have any other work they do.
Exactly.
So that politics, you have to. That's why you see politicians come out and lie.
Yes, straight up.
And just they will see something and they still, look at Doyin Okupe, so-called Doyin Okupe. Why is he doing that? It's the stomach.
Yeah.
Because once the stomach infrastructure is rumpled, and you don't have any backup, all your 100% has been put into politics.
Yeah.
Because this kind of man now, Onoposa, he has put all his 100% in politics, and maybe he's holding down some senatorial districts in Delta State or one APC, caucus in Delta State. Maybe it's one small thing there. He's holding it, maybe one unit down there. So maybe he was expecting that somehow, when Tinubu becomes president, he will get some little jobs, little contracts based on that he's an APC guy. The guy don't lose out. So now he has to go back to what he needs to do to feed his family. The hunger don't bite now. Oh man, don't level. So that's what's going on now. He's leveled up. He has seen that this thing. Then he's finding way to see whether he can see Mr. President or get one political job like that. But Gbajabiamila no gree. he come to complain for us for Twitter.
Exactly. As if we care.
As if it's our problem.
As if we care. When they shout, when they shout for the person when they ask the right questions, they shout for a head, Rufai head. They say, respect me. You have to respect me. Respect. Who is respecting you? Is the hunger a respecter of persons?
You see, if he had behaved nicely to Rufai, by now Rufai would have given him 1 or 2 slots.
Exactly.
And when he comes for those 1 or 2 slots, they may make him in Arise TV sometimes you can go there as a guest analyst, and then before you know, you become very consistent as one of those analysts. You go, they get some kind coverage, then the president can say, what's happened to this guy, give him something, but you don't abuse Arufai. You don't abuse Rufai now. So it happen. You go day Twitter, you go talk fire, talk to tomorrow. And the worst part you say, Twitter doesn't forgive. So so we have seen his before and after pictures.
Exactly.
So people will now release the level of abuse that they need to release. I hope that Rufai will just greet him.
I'm sure Rufai will respond. Rufai has a way of catching on to these things. He will respond and probably respond to him.
No, not to respond.
Another
Just
thing
to
I was
greet him.
thinking
Good
about
morning.
with all the truth that Rufai keeps rolling out, right? I was afraid for him, to be honest. Like, they might fire him, they might let him go. But I
They
knew that
wanted
they
to fire him.
him
You don't know.
because
During the election,
of the crowd that he pulls. I'm sorry, say that again.
they wanted to fire him now during the election.
They did? Really?
Yeah. They put a lot
So
of
what
pressure.
happened?
They wanted to even suspend the Arise TV. There's something they felt that he was just against them, against all these APC guys. He fires all of them one by one. So they had to. I think they told him to relax. There was a period he had to take off for some time. Just
Right.
like then they brought him back again. So there was a lot of pressure on the chairman of
Obiagbena.
RSDS to relax, to tell him to reduce his pressure. So that period, this guy was Abati was trying to balance things. Then also Rufai started just chilling a bit, not too heavy like that. He just chill a bit. But now Rufai don't go back to normal traits.
So they just told him to chill, and that was the solution.
Yeah, because there was pressure on social media that they cannot put anything on Rufai. They should not even suspend or sack him.
Yeah, because they will lose their fan base.
Yeah, fan base now. Rufai again fan base.
They go lose at one time.
Fan base, and that fan base is what makes money for media.
Yes.
So if somebody has a strong fan base, because that time it was Rufai versus Shehu.
Yes, of channel.
So they get fan base, and people watch Arise because people want someone that will be saying it as it is, saying their mind.
Yes.
So Rufai says our mind.
Yes.
He'll ask you that question. Rufai is asking is what millions of people want to ask that person.
Exactly.
You see, because Abati is a politician. Abati has been in politics, so Abati always tries to play as if he's neutral, but he's among those corrupt elites.
Yep.
I don't trust Abati at all. Unfortunately, I don't. So Abati that ran for vice deputy governor and was part of snatching of box.
God, I don't go.
You don't know.
God, I beg go.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Google these things. When I talk, I just tell you, God, I follow my principle.
Make I Google them as they tell me that because I'm shocked. So Abati runners, Abati
deputy governor Ogun State.
Governor of where?
Ogun State.
Ogun State.
You wanted to run for I think under PDP. I think he ran with Kashamu or whatever they call it. So
he was PDP's deputy governor candidate in 2019 gubernatorial election. Yeah. I believe for where they talk about snatching of ballot box. I never see.
There was so much confusion there.
Go ahead, sorry.
I said there was so much confusion that in that electioneering.
Yeah.
So Ruben Abati and Lekon Shitu. I think so. So
What a shame. Ballot book.
it was very shameful.
Hi. But
So
I have to also call out the women. I'm sorry. I have to call out our women, whether it is a lack of knowledge or ignorance. I don't know what it is. Our
what
women
happened?
are too silent. They are so complacent in all of this. They're too complacent. Do you
It's
understand?
also it's not you want I won't blame them totally. If you look at Nigerians
I'm not blaming them totally, but
political space, if you look at
mhm,
Nigerian political space, it does not allow our men are very like the men are very rough and rugged in terms of how they operate politically. So it doesn't give opportunity for women to operate in this kind of space. For a woman to operate in this kind of political environment, she has to be out of herself.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
Hmm?
in terms of running. I'm talking in terms of now women they marry these men now, right? Women are the ones.
Money now is same stomach infrastructure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't always be about that. That means that every woman that's marrying people in political offices, that means we can safely say that they are all about their stomach infrastructure. Do you know how problematic that is?
No, we can't say that they're all, but majority. I would say
It's a
80%.
problem. It's still a problem. If majority of the women are marrying for stomach infrastructure alone, do you know what a woman represents?
Yeah,
I'm
but
sure you do.
what's the level of the woman's capacity, mentally and otherwise? That's one big issue. The capacity of the woman is that has always been the if a woman doesn't have capacity that she's here to support. I'm here to support my husband and to help him in areas where he's not he doesn't have great strengths. And that's not even about politics, it's about everything, about life. So the woman is supposed to bring that great partnership for this man and also be able to boldly say, I don't think this way you're going is correct. You know, being able to be free to express herself and to say, no, I don't think this way is correct. Why not look at it from this perspective? A lot of women are not challenged for that. A lot of even the girl child, it starts from the girl child, it starts from the home. Is the girl child able to express herself? Look at people from the north. Do the girl child from the north express themselves? Do the girl child from the southwest express themselves? You will see that the most expressive girl children or girl child, and I'm not being discriminatory here, is children from the girls from the south are bolder and more opinionated. Girls from the southeast are bolder, more opinionated. I would say opinionated. But the girls from the southwest may not be. It's just society. So we need to encourage the girl child to be able to express herself and bring her own point of view. But most of you notice, most times the girl child's point of view, even in homes, is shut down quickly, shut down. So it creates this mindset, and most people may have something in them, but just revert to just if the man is rich and makes me comfortable, I focus on that, and we bring it down to that level. We bring it down to that level. The other day we were talking about Miriam Babangida, when she brought her program, she was, trying to, balance her husband's military thing, just trying to do that. So you see a woman trying to express herself, and she was one of the most expressive um, first ladies we have ever had, you know. But if you look at her background, she may be coming from a place where she feels comfortable to do that. So I think it's something that people should look at, talk about it. I don't think all the women are like that, but majority, they don't even have capacity. That's just the truth. They don't have capacity.
So then that's why we have a problem. That's why we have a huge problem in our hands. Because the woman is supposed to be the one that will trigger, that's like the conscience of the man, right? When you see that the man is about to take a bad decision, the woman is supposed to be the one giving the opportunity to say, no, my husband, let's not do it like that. Think about the future, think about the children, think about this, right? So if you don't have that in society and it's being shut down, that's why the country is in disarray.
Okay, let me give you an example.
And the men are not marrying correctly. They are not
No, let me
marrying.
give you an
They
example.
rather marry someone that will not say a word. Go ahead.
It's not that they what you said is right. The women are supposed to be like the conscience too. But if the men don't listen, okay, for instance, during Buhari's time, when he started, as soon as he started, his wife just voiced out, this is not what we agreed. This is not how most of the people around this government are not the people that fought for what we need. What did Buhari say? Because what she was saying was that there's a lot of influence that is deviating you from what you need to do. What did Buhari say? He said you should go into the other room. I mean, this is open level now. All of us were in the same country. He told her that she should go to the other room. That woman shut off. That. I mean, okay, she has her own challenges, but if you notice, from then on, she just packed herself and go to Dubai. That's what happened. They told her to shut up here. You're just the wife of the president. Don't talk. This is an agreement. This is how we want to run things. And so you cannot talk. That's what the woman packed her things to Dubai. We are all in this country, were we not? So they shut her down. The political cabal process, everything, shut the woman down that was trying to tell her husband, this pattern is not what was the pattern. This is not what was the pattern. And she said it in the first year of the government. She said, this is not the way. This is not the pattern. They shut her down straight up. And then she went off. You know, that woman never ran a program again. She never did. I noticed she never did anything again. And you can notice that, okay, ever since she became introverted more, you know, and that was very wrong move by Buhari to say, my wife is for the other room. She's not for this. She doesn't need to. And that his wife is an intelligent woman. She's an educated person. So if the president is giving that kind of vibe, what do you think? Everybody will shut up now. Because they decide what they want. They don't want anybody to tell them what this. So most of these Nigerian politicians, they don't listen. They don't listen. They may even listen to their side chicks more than their wives. Side chick may even have more power, you know.
That's
okay.
True.
Look
That's
at Akpabio. See how he talk to people. See how he talk to those women. He just shut them down. You get me? These are senators who have equal rights with any senator. He just shut down Ireti straight up. Then this lady wanted to, you know, get up and talk her own too. He said, this is not the nightclub where you talk. Don't say how you talk. If not that Twitter now rose up to those women's defense, they now apologize. Because Twitter just give him to straight up. Just listed all his girlfriends. Then he knew that there was problem. Then he now came back and apologized. So if I talked to you in any way, you know, if I said, oh, it was in the market, they would have said I called you a market woman. if I said it was, that's just giving us all those kind of vibes. Look at the other lady that said, oh, instead of us to be thinking of the hunger in the land, in the House of Rep, I think it was Labour senator, the Labour House of Rep member, Labour Party House of Rep member, a lady from Abia State, she stood up and said, that was during the time they were talking about what they call it, new national anthem. And she said, why are we about Democracy Day? She said, there's nothing really to celebrate about. The people are hungry. They shut her down straight up. The House of Rep speakers shut her down straight up. But she was saying something, and that hunger she was saying is what led people to protest. But so I don't think sometimes these men are listening to the women. The women may be talking, but the men are not listening to the women. So what should the woman do? I ask you now, what should the woman do? If we have seen situations that they have been talking, but these men don't like to listen because we have this Nigerian men mentality, alpha male mentality, which we sometimes, and I believe you may have experienced it. It's just that you as Omoye decide, you know what, I will speak up, I will speak my mind. I don't, I remember, I think you had a program in, was it Dr. Damage's program. There was one time you had you were invited or something
Mm-hmm.
to Dr. Damage's program,
Right.
and you had to contend against all the guys that were there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you spoke your mind.
Yeah.
But if it's not your if it's you have a strong personality, you brought up in an environment where you self-confident and all that. It's not everybody that's like that. Not everybody that will still stand their ground, say their mind, don't care whose ox is God. So and
That means to say, go ahead. Sorry, finish.
that's what makes you different, but not everybody can do that if the husband shuts them down.
But you see my point though. You understand what I'm getting at, right? You do
Yeah.
understand what I'm coming, because I think that's one of our major problems. So if the men are not giving space for the women to have, because women are more intuitive, women are more spiritual. Yeah, take it to the bank. There's a lot women carry that men don't have. That doesn't mean that the men don't have their capacities. I'm not trying to compare. It's not superiority
complementary. It's complementary.
Yeah, it's complementary. Do you understand? So if we're being run by men who don't listen to their wives, who don't marry women that they can listen to, right? Because whether we like it or not, most of these men intentionally marry women who dare not say anything to them, who would not speak to them, who would not challenge them in any way at all, right?
Yeah.
Some of them even go as far as silencing the woman if she dares speak up, right? So if we're having this type of society, I think it's one of the foundations of the problems that we have. Because what now happens is we now start, grooming children in those homes, especially female children that can't speak up, that can't speak their mind, right? And the cycle continues. And then they end up with men too, who, as long as he has money, if he has money, hey, whatever he wants to do, that's fine. I'm just going to be enjoying his money. So a lot of people are not even using they are not using their what's it called, what God has blessed them with to bless the world. They can't. They are not given that opportunity to thrive. That's a problem. That's why I think our society is where it is.
Yeah, so it's just that you got a spot on. Once there's no opportunity for the ladies to thrive. You see, most of these wives, for many of these politicians and top guys, these men associate with different women. So sometimes the woman is just battling to keep her home. All right, so she's battling to keep her home. Sometimes they see this scandal. She just says, you know what, I just have to keep my children, keep my home, because the woman is thinking about these different moving parts. So she just keeps quiet. Okay, the suggestion, no, don't ask me where am I going to, what am I doing. That's it. So especially with politicians, these guys have clandestine meetings. These guys have different things they do. All right. So just imagine if their wives are trying to get in, but they just close them out of the whole space. So that happened to Buhari's wife. That's typical. She's trying to talk. They close her down. They say, go to the other room. You can't talk here. You have no business here. So but if you look at, that's why we have to now look at, okay, this person that is contesting, what is his relationship with his wife? How is he somebody that will listen? Does this president have a listening ear? So that's the problem. If the person doesn't have a listening ear, how will he even listen to his wife? He doesn't consider it at all. He just considers that I've helped her. She's a first lady, so she can wear dresses. She will have some people around her, do one or two things. Don't disturb me. That's all. That's it. So you see that most governors' wives, and all that, they just keep quiet because they have to maintain the party rules.
It's
So
sad,
it's
though.
sad, but these are the realities. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is sad because that's that's really the foundation of our problem. Because if there's no correction, there's nobody that people are, accountable to, they do and undo. And that's what we're seeing in Nigeria. If the first lady, as she is right now, she's like, no, 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 no. Yes, you come in, but the things we're not going to allow to do. I want you
Yeah.
to leave a lasting legacy. So even though you are known for this, you can actually turn it around by doing the right. See, if this man came in, even regardless of how he came in, he was doing right by Nigerians. Nobody did they talk again.
Nobody will talk about it. That's true.
Nobody go they talk again because people will come and they will say, look at what he's doing. Look at what he's doing.
We talk about the story of Abdul Salami's wife. You know, Abdul Salami's wife was a very intelligent woman. I think they said she was a judge or something, a lawyer. So when Abdul Salami took over from the late Sani Abacha,
Mm.
you know, as military man, they want to continue and continue. She told her husband not to. She told him not to. That he has told Nigerians that he's going to hand over by May 29th. May 29th, he should hand over. He should not contest for anything. He should hand over democratically and leave the place.
That's it.
So he listened to what his wife said, and he did what he needed to do, and they got out of the place. So sometimes you see those kind of good, like positive influence. Not that Abdul Salami is the best man, but I'm just saying that happened, and many people
Exactly. You know,
they
so I
credited
mean,
it to his
yeah.
wife.
So that's why our society is chaotic because the voices of the women are silenced.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then it now
I
runs
think you're
on.
right in that. You're
Yeah.
right in that. If the voices of mothers and women are amplified, and we have more women, and the truth is that if you on the balance of things, most of I would say from 1999 till now, most of the performing ministers have been women.
Exactly.
Women that were able to be confident, and not that there are some, of course, there are many unperforming women ministers, but if you look at it from men and women in terms of balance of from 1999, how many ministers will you say this person performed?
Exactly.
You will notice that it is more of the women that performed.
Exactly.
So
You understand? So
you know, there was a story. I'll give you one story. There was a story I got to know, and it's also written in some books. I think one of the books of this thing, where during the Baba's Obasanjo's third term agenda, that one of his top lady ministers, she finally found wind of that they were trying to do that. She walked up to him and told him he should stop that. She walked up to him and told him he should stop it. He should not continue on that third term agenda. That is wrong for him to do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kwesili actually did that.
Yeah.
So you see, if you have leading women that are able to have their voices amplified, it will really help government. It will really help. Like
exactly.
This is the worst National Assembly we've had.
Exactly.
This National Assembly has only like 5 women.
Exactly. And they can't talk. They are gagged.
Yes, now they are gagged now. You don't see how they do them. They don't see how
they fear to talk. They go to fear.
Then you know what is happening behind the scene.
Exactly. So you understand what I'm saying?
Look at how Wike talked to him. See,
exactly.
Look at how Wike
a sitting senator.
Is the character of the men running politics is so bad.
It is.
And
that's why women, let me tell you, if in Nigeria, for instance, now, like a protest by all women should have been a successful one. If they had respect for women. If they had the respect for women, if all women come out and protest, it's supposed to hold government by the jugular. But because there's no regard for women.
Don't you see how they treated Nasarawa women when they came out?
Thank you. You understand? Total disregard and disrespect, right? That is why. And a society like that is cursed. I'm serious. It's not even a joke. That's why we're seeing the madness that we're seeing. Because the women that ought to have the voices that people should listen to, they are not listening. And then on top of that, you're marrying out children, young girls. You're marrying them out early. So those children that you're marrying out early in the northern part of the country right now, you're silencing an entire generation.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Now in the south, you're pushing those women out. A lot of women are leaving the country from the south.
Yeah.
Right? They will do whatever it takes to get out of that country. A lot of thriving people, if they are not able to get out, they will turn them into waiting they not be. They are going against their character to do certain things. That kind of society cannot thrive. It's very difficult for it to thrive because everything, the women are being gagged, the children are not growing in a sane environment.
That's why I said that everything boils down now to real reorientation from the home front. Husbands, you're a husband, you're a father. How are you treating the girl child or the woman in your life? Are you giving them the opportunity to thrive in a safe environment where they're able to be themselves, speak their mind, and then give insight to it, and then be able to manage our egos, because men have massive egos, and sometimes those egos get in the way of rational thinking. So we need to start giving all these orientations, and these things start from the schools, these things start from the homes, the religious environments, the social environments. That's the same thing we're talking about, bigotry. See, all these things, societal ills. And like I said, if from the top, there is no intentionality, then there's a problem. So if the top man there, he disregards the voice of his wife and says, look, your job is to be in the kitchen and the other room. That's your job. He said it to her. Then, if we have a president that allows his wife create her voice, okay, compare Mama P and Aisha Buhari. Compare those two women.
Huge difference. Mama P was essentially running things now.
Running things. And
Mama
P
P,
would
when
tell
I love that woman.
Mama B would, and that tells you based on, like I told you,
Yeah.
if you analyze based where they are coming from, Mama P is a reverse woman. Reverse women will tell you as it is. Now so it day, now so it day. If you know day, you know day. You get me? Because reverse women are normally very, or the southern woman, I'll use that word, or south, is very, is there for her family. She's a go-getter, she's opinionated and all that. But from the north, it's different. And that's why we need to, and that's why there's always emphasis on educating the girl child, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. And that's why when the issue of the girls were kidnapped under Shetima's government, the current vice president, Shetima, he was warned that these girls should not go back to school and write their exams because of the threat that was incoming. He didn't care. That's why we said bring back the girls. Till today, most of them are not back. They have been sold out and married off because that's the culture there. So these are the things that we see. So you saw the difference. Mama P will always be yarning her mind, and her husband never shut her down. And it became a problem. They say, why is it that president doesn't tell his wife to keep quiet? You know that there was that issue.
Now.
People are saying, why doesn't Goodluck Jonathan control that his wife to stop talking? Because it's the nature of the nation. So then God say, okay, so that's what you people want. Okay, Buhari, come and show them how it is. Buhari came, he told his wife, keep quiet. Because that's what majority of Nigerians like. You see it? Meanwhile, the current president's wife is not naturally a quiet person, no. But she just maintaining. She talks more, she keep quiet, she talks more, she keep quiet. But because she's embedded, the current president's wife is a politician. You know, she has been a senator. So she's siding her husband and just focusing on what does not matter. So it's her that should be the person that should be the voice of conscience to her husband and say, oh, these children are on the street, oh, don't allow them shoot them, oh, don't do this. Oh. It's her that should be saying that. It's her that should be saying, but the truth is that, does she have much influence on the man? I don't know. I don't know if she has much influence on him.
They are in the same WhatsApp group. Anything. In fact, you'll be surprised she's the one giving the ideas. Oh my God, that woman does not have conscience. So
that woman, she's a politician. So she's not like the one that she has been a politician. And before she became, even now, she feel caged because as a politician, she go the young. But see the other time she came to the Senate, it looked as if the president came to the Senate. So that's unfortunately she may not be talking much because she's telling us to endure and then we should go and plant vegetables.
Ugu leaf that will grow in 2 days. Everybody go and clear the backyard of your house and start to plant.
My sister, I need to leave you. Let me go and clear the backyard of my house.
I beg, yes, so myself, I need to go clear.
I can go and plant some things to
myself. I need to go plant some things too, so that food
will grow. Thank you very much.
So much, Sid. I appreciate you. You always come here with knowledge, so we really appreciate you. Thank you so much for spending the time with me on the panel. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Sonny, Victory, Kene, Bumi, everyone that was here with us earlier. Oriyomi, my brother, thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Me self go bow out at this time. We don't try for today. Nigeria matter not the end. G Simon, thank you so much, guys. I'll see you guys on my next one. Bye.